Is it okay? I would like to welcome everyone to today's meeting, and if the fire alarm sounds, please leave the building by the nearest exit and proceed to the assembly area in the car park. And please note that the Council is webcasting this meeting live on the internet and making an official recording. The recording forms part of the public record of the meeting and will be available on the Council's website. Can members please ensure that mobile phones are turned off and that background noise is kept to a minimum? And to help everyone hear clearly, members are asked to remain seated and to speak clearly. Throughout this meeting, the Vice Chairperson will keep a list of members intending to speak during the debates. The Vice Chairperson will call the next speaker during debates and will announce your microphone number on the desk before you. When you are called to speak, please raise your microphone number to be announced, and this will ensure your microphone will be turned on. I should also remind everyone that filming, photography, and recording of this meeting is permitted, provided that it does not disrupt the business of the meeting. If there are any members of the public who do not wish to be filmed or photographed, and you have not already informed a member of staff, please raise your hand now, so that any such photographer or cameraman may be aware. Contributions to the meeting will be timed in accordance with the time limits for debates. When your time is up, I will ask you to finish the sentence you are on and stop speaking. But before we go any further, I call for a brief adjournment of quarter of an hour so you all have a chance to read the amendments and digest them properly. Are you all in agreement with that? You raise your hands? I think we'll go straight away for the adjournment. I think a quarter of an hour adjournment. Be back here at... Sorry? I was told we had to have one, so people have the chance to read and digest the amendments. Quarter past? You have a question? Yes?
These amendments were out last night.
I don't think they were they? They were published this morning, in fact.
We received them last night.
Well, you may have, but most people didn't, I think. Sorry.
They were published this morning, and everyone does need to see them. Sorry, they were only published this morning. Okay, they were only published this morning, I'm afraid.
So, quarter past, please. We reconvene. On the agenda, apologies for absence.
Live stream.
Oh, sorry, can you go to live stream? Live stream has started. I'll repeat, apologies for absence. I've received apologies from Councillors Polly Andrews and Graham Jones. Are there any other apologies? No? Oh, there are. Sorry. Graham Andrews. Thank you very much indeed. Item 2, declarations of interest. To receive declarations of interest in respect of Schedule 1, Schedule 2, or other interests from members in respect of items on the agenda. So, do we have any declarations of interest by members in respect of items on this agenda? Councillor Phillips, number 19.
Yes, Chairman. Agenda item 10, Vice Chairman of the NJC.
Thank you. Do we have any other? No? No other declarations of interest? Then can we come to item 3, please? To approve and sign the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council on 28th of January 2022. No matters of accuracy have been notified to the monitoring officer. Members, are you in agreement with the minutes of the meetings held on the 28th of January? Can you please raise your hands if you are in agreement? That is accepted. Thank you very much indeed. And then we come to questions from members of the public. There are no questions from the members of the public. Questions from members of the council. There are no questions from members of the council. We come now to item 7, the council tax reduction scheme, pages 27 to 44. Oh, sorry, have we?
Chairman,
Oh, sorry. How have I managed that? I managed to miss that. Sure. Where are they? My deep apologies to you. Got covered over in paperwork. The Chairman and Chief Executive's announcements. Please find attached the Chairman and Chief Executive's announcements from page 23 on the agenda. I had the great privilege of attending the service, the festal celebration of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee in the cathedral, and it was a very splendid and fine occasion, and justice was done, I think, to the occasion. We had many Lords Lieutenant and High Sheriffs, and it was, I think, a worthy celebration of this great occasion. Chief Executive, do you have any announcements you wish to make?
Yes, just 2, Chairman, if I may, please.
Please.
Update on senior management arrangements. Confirmation that Ross Cook, the newly appointed Corporate Director for Economy and Environment, will be joining us on Monday. It'll be his first day, Monday the 14th. I understand he's watching in online today to observe our performance and how the council works. He'll be with us on Monday. I'll pretend I didn't hear any of those comments, Chairman. And secondly, just to take note that Neil Taylor, who's been with us since July 2020, it will be his last week next week. And I think, to be fair, it's appropriate to just take a moment to recognise the work that Neil has done over that time. He brought a great deal of experience. He brought a great deal of experience to the role, stabilised the directorate, and gave a key focus to the delivery of some of our major projects, which have been in train and will continue to be delivered long after Neil has left us, whilst at the same time bringing that focus on our day-to-day delivery of frontline services. So thank you for recognising that work that Neil's done. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I'm very glad to hear that, and I look forward to his replacement on a full-time basis. Good. I remind members that questions are not usually permitted under this item. If members have any questions, please can they email the Chief Executive. We've done questions from the public and the council. We come now to item 7, 22-23 Council Tax Reduction Scheme, pages 27 to 44. and to approve the 22-23 Council Tax Reduction Scheme. And I invite the Cabinet Member of Finance, Corporate Services and Planning to introduce and move the report. 5 minutes. And the Leader of the Council will second the report. Would you like to speak now or at the end of the debate? And you will have 3 minutes.
Now, Chairman.
Right. Right. Councillor?
Thank you, Chairman. The Council Tax Reduction Scheme is a progressive and targeted means by which the least well-off of our residents receive significant discounts on their council tax payments. This is a pivotal provision for Herefordshire, where wages are low and house prices and rental charges are high, and where there is significant under-provision of social and affordable housing in both our urban and our rural areas. The CTR scheme for pensioners is set nationally. The working age CTR scheme is set locally by this council. More than 11,000 bill payers in Herefordshire are in receipt of council tax reduction, with over 6,000 of claims from working age residents. The council tax discount rate for working age residents was raised last year to become 100%. That is, qualifying residents pay no council tax whatsoever. This matches the nationally set discount level available to pensioner cases. This means that 100% discount is awarded under council tax reduction, irrespective of the council tax band to which the claimant's property falls into. During 2021, the working age council tax reduction caseload increased, evidencing the local impact of COVID on our working age households. Pre-COVID, the scheme supported 5,375 claimants, but currently the number of claimants has risen by nearly 20% to approximately 6,300. And that's 6,300 hard-hit households in Herefordshire now free from paying council tax while facing financial hardship. Expectations are that claimant numbers will not begin to decrease for at least a further year. This is the lived reality for the poorest of our residents, and as a Cabinet, we have been determined to continue to make substantial provision in this budget to continue to support people who are struggling to make ends meet at this difficult time, whilst also acknowledging that the feedback we receive from our residents and partners is that Herefordshire residents recognise the requirement for the council tax component of the council's income stream and are willing to see rises in that local taxation to ensure the services they value continue to be available. Therefore, it is the proposal in this report that the locally determined rate for council tax reduction remains at the maximum possible, 100%, for qualifying claimants throughout the 2022-23 financial year. Having a higher discount reduces potential debt recovery actions if charges are raised, if charges raised remain unpaid. And that is also an important consideration here. I commend this report to Council and look forward to the debate.
Thank you, Councillor. Leader, will you have your 3 minutes, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and thank you for that introduction, Councillor Harvey. I think now is a time when this sort of scheme is needed more than ever. We have issues of inflation in the county. There are problems for people who just can't afford things, and I think this particular scheme is to be commended. I don't anticipate anybody objecting to this. I think as a council we're united in trying to help these people out. What sort of county are we? Well, I think the people of Herefordshire are considerate and kind, and we should be reflecting that here on the council. And they are seeking a fairer and greener place. As I've said, inflation is high. There was news this week on the television, wasn't there, about families in the South Wye area finding it particularly difficult to make ends meet, and we must be supporting and helping with them. So I commend this to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Do we have any members who wish to speak on this matter? No? Then, sorry, we do have one. Number 2? Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. We wholeheartedly support this scheme. It's an excellent scheme that's worked well. Could I ask Councillor Harvey, please, can she tell us that there's adequate monitoring system in place to deal with this issue to make sure it's going to the right people?
Councillor Harvey. Number 27.
Yes.
Succinct, thank you. We now come to the recommendation. Oh, we have another one, sorry. Number 1, Councillor.
The claimants before pre-COVID was 5,375. What was it 2 years before that, or is that a pretty static figure there? Just to see what the trend is.
Councillor Harvey, can you answer that? Or
I'm afraid, Chairman, that I can't answer that in the room, but I'm very happy to provide a written answer unless Mr Lovegrove is able to have that information at his fingertips. I'm getting a shaking of the head. No, I do my best, but unfortunately I didn't come prepared with that particular number.
that's fine. I'm sure a written answer will be very satisfactory. Thank you. Now we have one more.
Councillor Lester, number 24.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to say that I fully support this recommendation. It's very important that we have a mechanism by which we can address the situation where members of the public find it very difficult to address the council tax burden. And I think it's really important that this scheme doesn't discriminate between which band. And that's a really important point, because just because a band is in a house is in a higher band, it doesn't mean to say that that household is able to meet the cost any more than anybody else. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker is Councillor Kenyon, number 3.
Councillor Kenyon.
Good morning, Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
There's no buttons to press now, is there? I'm just looking at the consultation. I'd like to know how much the consultation cost, because with only 36 people taking it and half of them not answering half the questions, what was the cost?
Councillor Harvey. 27, please.
I'd like to thank Councillor Kenyon for the question. I share his concern about the low number of respondents to this important consultation. Yes, it was only 36, 35 of whom were not in receipt of the council tax reduction scheme. So only one person, one household that was actually benefiting from the scheme took part. Clearly, there's an issue to do with us not actually getting the level of public engagement that we'd like with this particular consultation. It was a point that I raised when this came to Cabinet, and I know that Scrutiny are interested in improving the level of public engagement in council consultations. So I hope that this consultation will also be one that is wound into Scrutiny's consideration. As far as the cost is concerned, this was an online consultation, and that may also have contributed to the low engagement, particularly given that households that are in need of this facility may well also struggle to be able to fund access to the internet. And that is becoming a given these days, and something that is almost essential for daily life, particularly during COVID, when a lot of school work was being undertaken online for families. So I can't give Councillor Kenyon an answer in the room in terms of what the consultation cost. It wasn't a lot in setting it up online, but there will have been some office time associated with actually producing the reports. I am happy to provide a written answer.
Thank you, Councillor, and I'm sure that'll go to everyone as well. Councillor.
We have sorry, Chairman,
Councillor Wilding.
Thank you, Chair. It's good to hear other members saying they support this. I believe everybody in the room supports this, so I don't feel we need any more people saying they support it. It'll be interesting when we go to vote to see if anyone doesn't. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Councillor Gandy, number 25.
Thank you. I share Councillor Harvey's concern about the number of people that have responded to this, and I am absolutely flabbergasted that we would have conducted such a survey online when we are talking about some of the most deprived people within our county. I mean, let's be clear, in many households, we know there are significant problems with obtaining broadband because of the cost, and we knew this during the lockdown because of the number of young people who were not able to access online schooling. So I don't lay the blame at the administration, because I'm assuming this decision to do it this way was made elsewhere, but I would plead that we do not only in this particular circumstance only offer an online service when we are particularly targeting people who are of a low income. And I think the fact that of the 36 who responded, only one was somebody that actually qualifies for this, and therefore that skews the results, because there are some comments in here which are negative about the council tax rebate, and it completely skews the responses, because we are not actually reaching the people who will benefit from this scheme, and I find that unbelievable that we chose to do it that manner.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? In which case, we'll go to the recommendation, and it will be a recorded vote after that. That A, the council tax reduction scheme for 2022-23, with the same parameters as the existing scheme, be approved. Monitoring Officer.
Thank you. I shall call out the names of all members present and request that they clearly state whether they are for or against or abstaining from voting. Councillor Paul Andrews. Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Bartram. Councillor Balderson. Councillor Balderson. Councillor Bolter. Councillor Bowen.
4.
Councillor Bowes. Councillor Chowns. Councillor Crockett. Councillor Davis. Councillor Durkin. Councillor Fagan. Councillor Foxton. Councillor Gandy.
4.
Councillor Guthrie. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Harrington. Councillor Harvey. Councillor Hewitt.
4.
Councillor Hay. Councillor Hitchener.
4.
Councillor Howells.
4.
Councillor Ianson. Councillor James.
4.
Councillor Ginman.
4.
Councillor Johnson.
4.
Councillor Mike Jones.
4.
Councillor Kenyon.
4.
Councillor Lester.
4.
Councillor Marsh.
4.
Councillor Matthews.
4.
Councillor Millmore.
4.
Councillor Milne.
4.
Councillor Norman.
4.
Councillor Phillips.
4.
Councillor Price.
4.
Councillor Probert.
4.
Councillor Roan.
4.
Councillor Shaw.
4.
Councillor Stark.
4.
Councillor Stone.
4.
Councillor Summers.
4.
Councillor Swinglehurst.
4.
Councillor Simons.
4.
Councillor Tillett.
4.
Councillor Toynbee.
4.
Councillor Tyler.
4.
Councillor Watson.
4.
Councillor Wilding.
4.
That is approved unanimously. Thank you. Item 8, 2022-23 Capital Investment Budget and Capital Strategy Update, pages 45 to 292. To approve the Capital Investment Budget and Capital Strategy for 2022-23 onwards. No proposed amendments have been received to the capital programme. And I invite the Cabinet Member Finance, Corporate Services and Planning to introduce and move the report. And 5 minutes is allowed. The Leader of the Council will second the report. And Leader, would you like to speak now or at the end of the debate? And you will have 3 minutes for that.
Now, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chairman. Appendix A to this report provides details of the proposed additions to the existing capital programme, and Appendix D gives the outline business cases for each of these proposals. 12 capital investment budget proposals totalling just over £32 million have been identified to be added to the programme for the coming financial year, which are proposed to be funded by 13 million of capital grants, just over £5.5 million of returns on capital investment, £1.5 million of the Council's capital receipts reserve, and the remaining 12 million to be funded from prudential borrowing, which will be serviced in terms of interest and repayments from the Council's revenue budget. The current approved capital programme and forecast outturn is provided at Appendix B, and the total proposed programme is given in overview at Appendix C. This budget proposes to undertake some borrowing in advance of the 22-23 projects using allocated funding from 23-24, and is intended to use the balance of grants held in advance, Section 106 balances, and other reserves to offset any borrowing requirements. Approval of provision in the capital programme is not approval to proceed with these projects. Each project will be subject to its own governance and a full business case before any spend can be incurred, and will be required to comply with the Council's contract procedure rules and methodical project management processes, which we have introduced. The approved capital programme has been updated to show changes to external funding secured for 21-22 onwards. And since approval of the programme at February 21 at full council, an additional 52.49 million has been added to the capital programme. Some are reductions in assumed grants or estimates based on previous annual grants awards. Apart from that, the only change to the capital programme was approved by the Section 151 officer to utilise just over £500,000 of revenue reserves to undertake urgent works at Halo sites as a result of the flooding events that the county suffered. I hope members have taken an interest in the detail of this capital programme. There are a lot of important investments that we're proposing to make, and some exciting new ones. I commend the report to Council, and I look forward to the debate.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Leader, off you go.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to emphasise that we do have plans to spend the money in the coming year. It's very important that we do that rather than leaving money sort of in the bank ready to spend in the future. So the plans are to spend this money. The introduction of the project management office within the council has made an enormous difference. It enables us not only to spend it and have plans to spend, but to spend it properly. There's much better management, so I would very much hope that we wouldn't have the problems we had with Blue School Street, and we're still looking at the inner link road and the problems with that and the overspend in that project. It's not a wish of this new administration. I say new administration, we've been at it nearly 3 years now, but it's not the wish of this administration to overspend on projects. I draw your particular attention to the school building investment programme. There are 2 schools which are mentioned, Peter Church, which is desperately in need of work of repair and replacement, and also Brookfield School. There's mention in the papers Marlborough School, which was delivered on time and to budget, and that is our plan for the future. There's reference to Stronger Towns Fund money, partly government funded. We look forward to that with tremendous interest. Maylord's conversion development of that site, and also the museum and the library, tremendous projects which I think we could be very proud of as we go forward. It's not just the stronger towns, it's not just Hereford, it's the market towns as well. So money is being focused towards those market towns to develop them, and the Chief Executive and I and other Cabinet members are going around the market towns trying to understand what's the needs of the local communities and to encourage them, believing that we are not just Hereford focused. So I commend this plan to you and look forward to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Please can members indicate if they wish to speak on the capital programme recommended by the Cabinet in the published report. And we now move to the actual debate. And do I have a speaker?
Chairman, first speaker is Councillor Hewitt, number 10.
Thank you. Councillor Hewitt.
Thank you, Leader. And I'm going to follow on very quickly because my notes here refer to Peter Church Area School in Golden Valley North. And as you well know, the Golden Valley area has no market town, and establishing good rural hubs where excellent educational provision has in our area, and the educational provision in terms of the schools has been excellent, but Peter Church Primary School has for a long time been stymied with a proposal for a school which I suppose has just sort of been held up. And I think what we can celebrate now is that the good project management that's now embedded in council practice will mean that these plans can now move forward. But I'm also extremely pleased to see that as well as that provision, it's going to include a provision for social and emotional well-being for children, possibly in the area, but I don't know what the plans will be, but for the wider county too. So I'm really pleased as Ward Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now we have
Councillor Shaw, number 12.
Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. A general question and a slightly more directed one. It occurred to me, we're talking about, or the leader mentioned the issue of investment being somewhat Hereford-centric, and I wondered if we could understand the split of capital expenditure between Hereford, the market towns, and the rural areas. I'm not sure those figures will probably be to hand, but I'd appreciate a written answer in due course if that's possible. And the more direct question concerns the draft capital strategy that's published, page 70 of our papers. The table there talks about £100 million backlog of footways and cycleways, and I just wondered if that included the public rights of way network as well, because it doesn't appear in the table anywhere, and if not, what the figure was for the backlog on the public rights of way network. So that might well entail two written answers, I suspect, but I'll leave them hanging at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harvey, do you wish to respond to that, or just say we'll go to a written question? Written answer, rather. Councillor 27?
Well, I'll just respond briefly to Councillor Shaw on his question about the balance of investment between the city, the market towns and the rural areas. It's better than it was in your day, Councillor Shaw. And I will give a written response in terms of the detail, but we are actually investing in the market towns. So that's something new for Herefordshire. As far as the question about in the highways maintenance section on footways and cycleways, we'll provide a written answer and give you the detail on that.
Thank you, Councillor, and perhaps that will go to all members, please, as usual. I think it's important. Who do we have next?
Next speaker is Councillor Roan, number 18.
Councillor Roan.
Thank you, Chair. Under key considerations 5C, if you want to find that first, it's quite easy really. 416,000 increase in disabled facilities grant. Is this part and parcel of the 6 million shown in K? Or is that a one-off? Or I mean, to my little mind, that's a little bit not confusing, but I didn't know if it was added in or. And then how much of the disabled facilities grant is actually being invested in aiding residents based on the last 2 years? That I can see a lot of handrails being put in outside of homes and maybe ramps instead of steps, but when it comes to getting inside people's houses, that's going to be a bit of a challenge. So is there money left over? Is it being carried forward? Sorry, Councillor Harvey, 2 or 3 questions there.
Thank you. I'm sure Councillor Harvey would like to give you an answer.
I'll get the detail for you on the relationship between C and K. As far as the spend is going, obviously there have been some issues during COVID in terms of getting access to people's properties. I will get written confirmation, but my expectation would be that if there is any underspend in year, then that is carried forward. I'm getting nods from our Section 151 officer.
Right. Thank you for your answers. Another speaker.
Next speaker is Councillor Marsh. Will you please raise your number? It's number 23.
Councillor March, off you go.
Just wrestling with this slightly unruly object. Thank you. Yes, no, there are many things to welcome in the capital strategy, especially in Leominster, where we can benefit from the part of the 20 million put aside for market towns, and also are pleased to have the Heritage Action Zone and the first reappraisal of a conservation area in the council, I understand, for decades. It's also a great pleasure to see some money allocated to the Herefordshire Hoard, which, as you will all know, was found very near Leominster, and to look forward to a major refresh of the museum and art gallery when I had started to fear that there would never again be money for culture, which is so important. I'm delighted in this to see, in this capital strategy, to see that schools will now be treated, as well as other council property, as a corporate resource available to accommodate wider delivery of wider services to the community, which I think is exactly the right way to go. I also note that we are, from now in 2021, building, sadly, our expectations that we need to raise our funds locally through business rates and council taxes, that we have formally given up on any sustained support from central government. And so our capital strategy, using our assets wisely to save money and bring income in, is absolutely vital, and I welcome that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have another speaker?
Next speaker is Councillor James, number 5.
Councillor James.
Thank you, Chairman. It's just a broad point. I know there's a danger of getting parochial in this particular item, which is general. But the leader said about the meetings that have been held in the various communities throughout the town, throughout the county, and we had one in Keenton, which went rather well until further developments showed that it was all honeyed words and no particular action. And we're asking that the leader and the chief executive come to a further meeting at which you will be made aware of the deep, deep concern at the way in which the Herefordshire Council have acted in relation to the economic future of the town, which has universal angst at the way in which the council is acting. I'm sure you've received quite a lot of correspondence from most of those people that were at that particular meeting. They are angry, they are bitter at the lack of consultation, but they're very angry that we have all these words, and the market towns, most of the market towns anyway, and the rural areas, are receiving very, very little in focused funds in order to regenerate the towns. But what we're getting is a lot of work being done to destroy the economic structures within any community.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have another one?
Yes, Councillor Harrington, number 28.
Councillor Harrington.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hear you bright and loud.
Well, I had a separate point, but I can probably pick up Councillor James's point. I suspect he's talking about car parking charges, which are mooted to be introduced to Kington to make sure that Kington is treated the same way as all the other market towns in Herefordshire. And I have listened to consultation to the responses, and I have made an adjustment to allow 40 minutes of free parking in the car parks to make up for the fact that Kington doesn't have on-street parking in the way that other towns do. We've also asked them to, there's also a market investment plan for Kington. We've also asked them to engage with us on travel plans. In relation to the investment in the market towns, we're putting £2 million into infrastructure over the next 2 years, on top of the 750,000 that we allocated this year for market towns. This is a very different strategy, a very different direction from the way that the previous administration treated and ranked the market towns. And I want to just particularly thank Councillor Stark and Councillor Simons for badgering me so regularly, because it's partly as a result of that that we were able to make this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker is Councillor Matthews, number 2.
Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. A question I have forewarned him for Councillor Harrington. The first thing, colleagues, is that 675 million into the local enterprise zone for infrastructure, no problem with that. But bearing in mind, there's been some excellent work done there, but bearing in mind that will be close on 40 million being invested in the enterprise zone. In my humble opinion, we're not going to get a decent return on that investment unless we get an improved infrastructure system in, including the A49, and to encourage new businesses into the area. So could Councillor Harrington tell me, please, as one of the schemes that has been approved, what is the stage on the river across into the east? Have we made any progress in putting plans in place for that? If you could just enlarge on that, please, I'd be grateful. And the other question, Chairman, is to Mr. Lovegrove on the Capital Programme Board. Can you tell me, because I know that myself, Leader, Councillor Harvey and many other people have been concerned about capital projects and putting something in to make sure they're monitored closely. Can you tell me his view on whether that board is working satisfactory and is there further room for improvement?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harrington, 2 minutes, and Mr. Lovegrove, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Matthews, for that question. Your continued interest in Rotherwas and your continued interest in an Eastern link for resilience of the city's network. We have a new strategic transport lead at Herefordshire Council called David Abucker, who will be joining us for the foreseeable future. He is driving forward our strategy. He is drawing up a master plan for the city and for the county, of which we have never had before. We will be going to consultants shortly to commission feasibility work on an eastern crossing, and that report will be coming to Cabinet soon. We have budget already allocated for that revenue work, and I will update him as soon as possible, but we are moving at pace.
Thank you. And I believe Councillor Harvey will answer the next question. 27?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'll take that question on the Capital Programme Board. The Programme Boards have been set up as part of our initiative to introduce professional project management across the council as a consequence of historical failures that we've inherited, that we're sorting out. But it's important that we take project management seriously in order that we deliver our projects to time and to budget, and I know that that's something that's dear to Councillor Matthews' heart, and it's something that he's championed through the time that I've been on the council. Are the programme boards having their Ron Seal moment and doing what it says on the tin? Yes, they are. Could they do better? I'm sure they could. We always can do better. It is a significant improvement on the situation that we inherited in 2019. And we have all of our capital programmes now being project managed through our Virto system, with professional project managers either leading them or providing support to leads in the service areas. The programme boards meet regularly. We have much less delay on our delivery of capital programmes than has historically been the case for this council. And we hope to make further improvements as the culture of project management is rolled out and embedded across the council.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker is Councillor Ginman, number 14.
Councillor Ginman.
Thank you, Chairman. I note on page 51, item 36, currently road maintenance is a high proportion of the capital budget, although a significant amount of that is funded by an annual LTP grant. I am sure that you will be aware of the County Council Network's comments only this last week that 11 million rural potholes will go unfilled as of April. And because of the cut in the for rural councils in terms of their funding. In other words, 727 million available for road maintenance as against 1.2. On that basis, it seems to me one of the most important aspects today of ensuring that we have adequate reserves is going to be the fact that we are likely to have far greater expenditure in the future if central government does not continue to provide adequate funding for those rural roads, rural areas. I frequently see a letter in the Hereford Times talking about wanting a crossing in various places across the river. There will be no point in having one if you can't get there because the roads are not such a calibre as to be able to carry any sort of vehicle. If I sound slightly cynical, it's because I blew a tyre yet again in a pothole the other day. So there is a plea here to ensure that we maintain a capital structure that will allow us to ensure that we can manage to do something with the 2,000 miles of road that we have and which are so vital to those of us in the rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
No, Councillor Howes, number 6.
Councillor Howe.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions on Appendix C, the capital programme. I think these are probably for Councillor Harrington. And they relate, I think, to the questions you've already had about the split between Hereford City and the rest of the county. The first one, I see there's an item passenger transport fleet, which is presumably the start of our investment in electric buses. We have an aspirational bus services improvement plan, which read with real interest, but I'd like to know how will the investment in the electric passenger fleet be allocated across the county? Might the investment in that help to mitigate some of the loss of privately run companies ceasing key rural services, one of which has been really quite heavily commented upon recently, the 132. And I know there are a number of investment headings on the list here, but I'd like some input on what, if any, plans there are to help compensate for loss of private services. I realise it might not be the electric buses particularly, but are we planning any increased investment? I know we currently spend some £800,000 on providing local bus services, but a bit more input on that I'd welcome. And the second question, I really welcome the promise of investments in the market towns, and that's really great, and with quite a number of programmes, and each programme will indicate how each market town might individually benefit, of course, and there could be differences. But I'm particularly interested in there's no specific mention of the market town economic investment plan, and we all took part in the consultation with Rose Generation recently, and in Ledbury we got quite excited that this key scheme could help fund employment and sport facilities for us in Ledbury. We thought it might come from the scheme. We seemed quite excited about it. It was our leading scheme. But it seems there's no actual money for that particular programme. So I'd welcome some specific advice on if there are any funding programmes for implementation of the many good schemes, specifically in the Market Towns Economic Investment Plan, which is not mentioned, as I said. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, I'm just looking down the list. It's tiny writing. Excuse me while I enlarge it. My understanding is that it is in the programme. I'm struggling to find it on the page. We've got employment, land and incubation space in the market towns, showing at 20 million. Towards the bottom of the page on page 61, and that is the investment that underpins the market town investment economic development plans and gives the funding that's necessary in order to begin to take the implementation plans forward. Can you see that, Councillor Howells?
Do you wish to put that in a written reply as well?
Yes, I'm happy to do that. But that's the 20 million that we've had in the budget for a while to fund investment in market towns.
Thank you, councillors.
Could I just comment on that? I think in the Cabinet meeting in 2 weeks' time, we'll be looking at the market town investment plans. So we'll be delighted to explore the financing of that when we present those plans. Thank you.
I'm sure that will be very welcome. Thank you. Do you have any more speakers?
Sorry, Chair, there was a question on budget as well.
There was a question on the budget. Councillor Harrington?
Councillor Howells. I think in relation to passenger fleet, I think that relates to our internal fleets, our school buses, etc., that we are still running as an authority. But the broader question that you're asking around our support of the public public transport services, those are revenue asks. As you know, we're struggling at the moment with revenue, and we are struggling to support bus services. We are doing our best to do so. There are many services being withdrawn at the moment, and that's partly as a result of the effects of the pandemic on the public network. What we have done, as you know, is we've applied. What we have done is applied for £18 million over 3 years from the BSIP Bus Services Improvement Plan from the government, and that will be a capital which we can use. Well, it's revenue and capital, which we'll be hopefully using if awarded, and we should get news in apparently at the beginning of February, but I believe we're already into February. We will get news on that shortly, and that will enable us to do further take our enhanced partnership that we've gone into, a voluntary partnership that we've gone into with all our local providers, because as you know, councils can't run local bus services anymore since deregulation at the end of the 80s by Mrs Thatcher. London was exempt, but we were not in areas like Herefordshire. And that will allow us, through this enhanced partnership, to put on regular services, to subsidise a return to a decent level of service, so that we can encourage people to see buses as true option for modal shift. But that's very much hanging in the balance. What we've done at the moment is taken some decisions to keep services that have been withdrawn recently subsidised until the spring. But it's difficult always without having the money and the support that we should be getting from the government. But in the meantime, we're keeping our ambitions and we're hoping for the best.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have any more speakers? No more speakers. And then we will come to the recommendations that Council A approve the proposed capital programme from 2022 to 23 attached at Appendix C, and B approve the capital strategy at Appendix D. A recorded vote is required. Monitoring Officer, all yours again.
Thank you. I shall call out the names of all members present and request that they clearly state whether they are for or against or abstaining from voting. Councillor Paul Andrews. For. Councillor Bartlett. For. Councillor Bartram.
For.
Councillor Balderson. For. Councillor Bolter.
For.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Bowes. For. Councillor Chowns. For. Councillor Crockett. For. Councillor Davis. For. Councillor Durkin. Councillor Fagan.
4.
Councillor Foxton.
4.
Councillor Gandy.
4.
Councillor Guthrie.
4.
Councillor Hardwick.
4.
Councillor Harrington.
4.
Councillor Harvey.
4.
Councillor Hewitt.
4.
Councillor Hay. Councillor Hitchener.
4.
Councillor Howells.
4.
Councillor Ianson. Councillor James.
4.
Councillor Ginman.
4.
Councillor Johnson.
4.
Councillor Mike Jones.
4.
Councillor Kenyon.
4.
Councillor Lester.
4.
Councillor Marsh.
4.
Councillor Matthews.
4.
Councillor Millmore.
4.
Councillor Milne.
4.
Councillor Norman.
4.
Councillor Phillips.
4.
Councillor Price.
4.
Councillor Probert. Councillor Roan.
4.
Councillor Shaw.
4.
Councillor Stark.
4.
Councillor Stone.
4.
Councillor Summers.
4.
Councillor Swinglehurst.
4.
Councillor Simons.
4.
Councillor Tillett.
4.
Councillor Toynbee.
4.
Councillor Tyler.
4.
Councillor Watson.
4.
Councillor Wilding.
4.
That is approved unanimously. And now a short intermission, a short adjournment so you can just read the amendments.
I'd say 10 minutes.
10 minutes, I think. So that'll bring us back at 20 past. Thank you. Item number 9, 2022-23 budget setting, pages 293 to 422, and to approve the 2022-23 budget and associated medium-term financial strategy and treasury management strategy. And please note the Budget Council Meeting Procedure 2022, published 4th of February, and the supplement published on the 10th of February. And you've also had adjournments given to you today. And proposed amendments have been published to the website in the Budget Amendment Supplement. And you have, I think, all received and read, I hope, the various amendments proposed. The initial debate will be on the budget recommended by the Cabinet. Once there has been sufficient debate, I will move to the amendments. I invite the Cabinet Member, Finance, Corporate Services and Planning to move the report on the 2022-23 budget, and you have 10 minutes. And the Leader of the Council will second the report, and do you want to speak now or reserve your right? And you will have 5 minutes.
Yes, now, Chairman.
You'll do it now, right. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Last year's budget was all about making hugely challenging savings in a time of COVID pandemic. This year's budget is about how we get on with the hugely important job that local government does as COVID becomes spoken about as becoming endemic in our society. And it's exactly that society here in Herefordshire that it's important that we collectively hold in our hands and in our thoughts today in considering the shape and balance of this budget. This budget, as with the last two for this administration, has been influenced by the objectives and ambitions set out in the county plan, which was adopted by this council in 2020, and our successful progress in its delivery has been reported quarterly since then. Massive flooding events, 2 full years of COVID, gripping the consequences of past failures in the council's duties of safeguarding and care to our children and to our beautiful river systems, has meant that immediate priorities have needed to change. However, the direction and scope of our ambitions remain the same. If anything, these challenges and upsets have brought into even sharper relief how important it is that we embed sustainability and resilience into every aspect of our operation. Members, you can see from the papers before you, this budget is undertaking a very delicate balancing act. As an administration, we have made the decision to do everything we can to grow the council's ability to generate income through traded services, to maintain our non-statutory services, and to use the mechanism of the council tax system to ensure that the better off continue to pay towards the provision of services for those most in need. You have already heard how we are able to make provision for 100% discount on council tax for those who need it, whilst ensuring continued funding for the support services necessary to help people get back on their feet. And alongside supporting those in most difficulty in our county, this budget also proposes to continue to invest positively through our capital programme and to deliver on progressive policies, which are tackling many of the problems we've inherited and which are growing our economy, strengthening our community and enhancing our built and natural environment. A specific example of which is our reserve allocation of 1.33 million to take forward the important recommendations of the very recent Citizens' Assembly on climate change. This budget has benefited from more scrutiny attention than any previous budget before council. Scrutiny is the process and the place to use the collective knowledge and life experiences of all 53 members of this council by making thoughtful and carefully thought through suggestions to collectively influence and own this council's budget for the county we collectively represent. As you can see from the Cabinet response to scrutiny's final recommendations at Appendix J, when this works well, we are able to respond positively. And I'd specifically like to highlight that we welcomed scrutiny's challenge to target even more financial support to help those most in need at this time, and responded immediately by tripling the budget for discretionary housing support to over £770,000 next year. Members, you can see from the summary figures presented in the table at paragraph 8 of the main report that we're expecting in excess of £17 million of cost pressures in the coming year. And despite increasing plans for income and identifying further savings, we're needing to close a £15 million gap in the budget. The financial settlement for local government was passed by Parliament on Wednesday this week, and as you can see from the figures in paragraph 7, the one-year settlement gives us no financial certainty to help plan for the future. While it does provide some additional funding and confirms the important rural sparsity grant, which Councillor Phillips is so instrumental in lobbying to retain, for which we should all be thankful, it continues to place the main demand for income generation upon local taxation through council tax and business rates. Indeed, it is important to note that Ministers' assertions that improved funding for councils has been delivered this year are predicated on the Conservative government's assumption that every local authority in the country will raise their council tax by the maximum amount permitted without a referendum. And I would ask all members to hold this assumption at the forefront of your minds throughout this budget debate. But don't take my word for it. Check out the core spending power section of the LGA on the day briefing from the 30th of December on the provisional settlement, which didn't change. Herefordshire Council was in the news this week in a BBC report on the concerning national increase in child poverty. Our own figures show that 5,600 of our children live in relative poverty, and that in places in Ross, Hereford and Leominster, more than 1 in 4 children live in absolute poverty. Parts of our lovely looking rural county show multiple indicators of deprivation. These communities and households desperately need the services that increases in our council tax support. Across the county, more than 2,550 families with vulnerable and elderly members receive support from our adult social care teams. More than 360 of Herefordshire children and their families are supported by our specialist children's social workers. These services account for more than 100 million of our budget, and I doubt there's a member in this room who doesn't have a friend or family member who has been helped at some time in their lives. And there, but for the grace of God, go us all. These families and carers desperately need the services that increases in our council tax support. The proposals before you today recommend this council does as the government and ministers expect, and sets a general council tax of 1.99%, and that we accept the option to add a further 1% ring fence for adult social care. This adds 95 pence a week to the bill for a Band D property, and £1.90 for anyone fortunate enough to live in a Band H property. Those that have more give more. It's a simple, fair and progressive principle, and one which has been supported by the public every year since that question was asked of them in our budget consultations. Members, you can be assured that despite what may be said in echo chambers on social media, the vast majority of Herefordshire residents want a society where the homeless are housed, the sick are tended, the vulnerable are protected, and the hard up are helped, and are prepared to pay their fair share to see that it happens. When setting the budget, it's important that as councillors, we're aware of our legal requirements and obligations. Councillors are required to act prudently when setting a budget and council tax so that we act in a way which considers local taxpayers and their needs. In doing this, we must also consider the impact that our decisions today have on future taxpayers in the county. In acting prudently, the council has an obligation to determine whether any planned council tax increase is excessive. And here I would remind councillors again of the assumptions built into the government's funding settlement upon us for this year. We must also ensure that the budget is fully funded and the total income we receive from all sources must meet our expected expenditure. Because the level of council tax is set before the year begins and cannot be increased during the year, risks and uncertainties have to be considered now, which might force higher spending on our service areas. Talking of risks, it's worth noting that annual inflation for 2021 turned out at 5.4%, and the Bank of England forecasts inflation this year to rise to 7% by the spring and remain at this level for most of the year. Allowance can't be made fully for these risks only by making prudent estimates for service costs. This is why it is imperative that we maintain adequate reserves to draw upon if need arises. We're maintaining a general fund reserve above the minimum requirement, earmarked reserves and an annual contingency budget to manage these risks. The level of reserves this council holds is judged by a Section 151 officer to be adequate for the uncertainties and risks that we are juggling. His detailed statement on the budget is provided at Appendix F. The details of the reserve holdings is given at Appendix E, and a summary of the risks under constant review is provided at paragraph 40 of the main report. I draw your attention to the Section 151 officer's remarks as regards the purpose and use of reserves in Section 2 of his report, which states, reserves and balances are designed to be a long-term solution to structural budget disconnects. Again, I ask members to bear this point in mind throughout the debate. With this opinion from the Section 151 officer, with the assurance from more than 5 years of public consultation, support for our policy to sustain service delivery through taxation, with the provisions we continue to make and add to which support the least well-off of our residents, members, you can have confidence that this budget, which you have all had the opportunity to shape and improve, is the right one for this council and is the right one for this county. And I commend the budget to you all and look forward to the debate.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Leader, you'll have your turn now.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to second this motion to adopt the budget, which has been 6 months in the making, with much internal discussion, the opportunity for public input and input from other councillors. Officers, we thank you for the efforts you have made to come up with this particular budget. The focus of the debate to follow is, I expect, going to be the level of increase of council taxes. The proposed increase is a responsible response to enable the council to continue to support the vulnerable and shape the kind of society that the current administration has a vision for, and which I believe the people of Herefordshire want. It is responsible because we have had to make cuts in areas which in a perfect world we would not want to make cuts. It is responsible because it looks to the future. Yes, we would rather not increase tax by so much, but any increase of less than this risks giving less access to government funding. There are dark clouds on the horizon of inflation. We do not know yet, but inflation may well increase the cost of supplies to the council. And what about wages? How will increasing wages affect our ability to deliver this budget? I'm old enough to have known inflation in the 20% and above. And in this day and age, things seem to change so very, very rapidly that I do have a concern. The government is saying inflation will come down, but see that when I believe that when I see it. It is also responsible when comparing past increases and also to those in the counties around us. In the last 4 years of the previous administration, council increases were 3.9% in 2 years and 4.9% in 2 other years. In each case, increases considerably higher than inflation. With inflation heading to between 5 and 7%, an increase of 2.9% is the maximum permitted by government without going to a referendum. Look around at other counties which happen to be Conservative controlled. Gloucestershire, 2.99%. Worcestershire, 3.49%. Shropshire, 3.9%. I put it to you that any increase of less than 2.9% is storing up problems for the future. I believe the citizens of Herefordshire are fair-minded. They will view the budget which is presented as responsible and proportionate. I draw Council's attention to the stronger fund proposal which went out to extensive consultation. It is not a political document. It refers to Hereford being a fairer and greener city. The outcomes of the Citizens' Assembly leads me to conclude that this ambition is not just for Hereford, but for the whole of the county. One of my ambitions has been that the council should be considered by the citizens of this county something to be proud of. This is a journey we are on. This budget takes us some way along that road. It is responsible, realistic, fiscally sound, and yet ambitious. I suggest that the council that adopts a 0% increase will not be respected. That is a foolish way to go ahead. I ask for this budget to be adopted.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, I invite group leaders to speak in the order below, and they have 5 minutes each. Independents for Herefordshire, Councillor Harrington. Conservatives, Councillor Lester. Lib Dems, Councillor James. The Green Party, Councillor Chowns. And the Independents, Councillor, the true independents, Councillor Matthews. So, Councillor Harrington, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I hope we can be relatively brisk, and we have actually been quite brisk so far, so I'm very appreciative. It's not like the first budget meeting that I sat in, which was 7 hours. And actually, I don't think it should be particularly onerous debate today, because barring anything that's drawn out and further debate in the room today, or the possibility of any further sensible amendments coming forward, the view of the Independents for Herefordshire is that this is a good budget put together in extremely lean and trying times for local government. It's a decent budget made against a backdrop of local authorities continuing to have to suffer the absolute disgrace that is a continuation of austerity, where after over a decade of suffering, we are no longer trimming the fat away, but are actually having to cut into bone. I wish our two MPs were in the room today to explain their voting record on the government cuts to Herefordshire, particularly their continued voting for cut after cut to revenue support grants, which leave us as a county nearly 100 million down a year when you compare 2022 to 2010. I honestly believe when we look back on this period of local government in years to come, future generations will find it inexplicable that we tolerated this situation for so long. All the things that our residents complain to us councillors about, and many of you councillors complain to me and other cabinet members about, the potholes, the stretch for miles, the dirty signs, the shabby town streets, the roads that are falling apart, the closed footpaths, the decaying bridges, the roof dropping out of the Shire Hall, the roof nearly dropping on Councillor Phillips, the threats to our libraries, the threats to our social care, the cuts to buses, all can be laid squarely at the foot of austerity. And it is an absolute disgrace and an abdication of responsibility for which our elected representatives at Westminster should be utterly and thoroughly ashamed. But then again, it's not our MPs that actually make the difference on a daily basis for our residents or shoulder the direct burden of responsibility for the tough decisions we have to make to look after the day-to-day business of the county and to be the ultimate stopgap and catch-all for the people of Herefordshire. It is us, local councillors, who carry that responsibility. And we do it willingly because we care about the communities which we are embedded in. But sometimes it feels like it really is an uphill struggle and a never-ending struggle when funding is so scarce. And I take my hat off to councillors and colleagues of all political persuasions and groupings for the often thankless task you do every day to serve our residents and do your best to make life better for them. So the budget we have before us today is what we think is the best budget in the circumstances we face. It's a budget officers and councillors have spent close to 6 months trying to hone and balance against all the challenges I have already mentioned. But it is also a budget with an eye to the future and still trying to be positive, still trying to allow a pathway for progress, responding to the climate and ecological crisis we face, trying to find ways to do things more efficiently and effectively, looking to solve historic issues around transport and social isolation, trying to find ways to boost an economy we must work towards in the new post-pandemic world we live in, trying to give us all something to look forward to and bind us together as a county. This is a budget that has been subject to scrutiny by committee and which group leaders and all councillors have had ample opportunity to feed into before today. No one likes paying taxes, but almost all of us are prepared to pay a little bit for those who need our help most. That is what living in a civilised society is about. That is what being a human being is all about. We encourage the strong and the fortunate, but we do not let the vulnerable slip through the cracks, especially when very often it is of no fault of their own that they find themselves in need of our help. There will be some fun and games in the room today. That is what politics is about. I accept that. And there's an election in just over a year's time. But I really would urge all councillors not to debase the serious and tough business of setting a budget today with party or group grandstanding. Not putting up council tax when funding is so reduced and inflation is so high is not just daft, it's downright reckless and dangerous. The burden that will put on us in coming years is almost incalculable. Virtually none of our neighbours are proposing 0% increases in council tax, not Conservative-led Shropshire or Conservative-led Gloucestershire or Conservative-led Worcestershire. In fact, most are proposing bigger increases than that. Put politics aside for today, vote for what you think is the right thing for the county. There will be plenty of opportunities in the coming months to score the political points. I thank officers for the hard work they have put into this budget. I thank scrutiny members for their precious time. I thank group leaders, all members of all parties, parish councillors and residents for their input into the process. On behalf of the Independents of Herefordshire, I commend this budget to you, my colleagues and fellow councillors.
Thank you, Councillor. I now invite Councillor Lester to speak for the Conservatives.
Thank you, Chairman.
24?
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate Councillor Harrington's points, and I don't think it should be a day of fun and games or making political points in the face elections. No,
Be quiet, please.
So I think it's a time for reflection, and I think it's a time to really focus on what the council's function is in making sure that they deliver all of the services without burdening the taxpayers of Herefordshire. I commend the process of budget consultation. It was a lengthy process, and it was disappointing that there wasn't the consultation responses that we would have liked, but therein lies the problem with any consultation process, and I'm sure that the council will reflect in the coming months about how it can improve the way that we consult with members of the public to get a true picture of how they feel about council tax and the setting of the council tax, and how they feel about proposed rises. The budget before us, I think we're absolutely sure that an assessment of the challenges that this council faces has been provided, which is why we accept that 2.99% has to be found from somewhere. And I think that given that there have been increases in the past under the last administration and increases in this administration, we have to reflect on the issue about, can you expect the taxpayer to embrace year on, year out increases without pausing for reflection and thought? Now, the big question, seeing as we're all in agreement that we need the 2.99% extra to balance the budget and do all of the ambitious projects that this council wants to do, the fundamental question for us all is, if that budget to be balanced, to require the 2.99% extra, if that is really needed, and we're in agreement it would appear that it is, where does that money come from? And the question we have to ask ourselves is, it either comes from the taxpayer, that extra percentage, or it comes from the council that has monies that it already has set aside. So, therein lies the question, and now we have to look at the context of when we're asking that question. No council can go on and on and on in a situation where there would be a zero increase year on, year out. It would be impossible. But what is possible is, if there is the opportunity to have a nil increase, when should it be, and can it be done? Well, the answer to the second question is, can it be done? Well, if you look at the council's finances, the answer is yes, it can be done. And the question is, therefore, when should it be done? And one would say that the best time for a situation where you look at a nil increase comes from is when members of the public, households, are facing the tremendous pressures from the increases of all of the cost of living rises that we see, in particular fuel duty, that is going to be a huge problem for households to cope with today and in the coming months and in the coming years. So is it the time to say, hang on a moment, have we got the funds to ensure that we minimize the burden on the taxpayer when that money is set aside and is in there? And if we have that set aside, now is the time to ask that fundamental question, should we go for a nil increase? I think it would make a huge contribution to the situation with taxpayers. We always talk about these increases as if we're only talking about 2.99% or only £1 or only £2 or only £50 a year. What we're talking about is that sum added to what council taxpayers already pay. And that's the issue we're addressing. Now, it is very interesting to note that the majority of council taxpayers are in lower band properties, and they're the households who have real difficulty in making sure that they can pay all of the bills. If we can come up with a budget that copes with the demands that have been identified, but can also be a gesture to those households who have other bills to pay that we cannot control, it is incumbent upon us to see if we can help them, those families who we rely on to fund providing all of the services that the council has to provide. And it is our duty to ensure that we give them a break from time to time. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, Councillor James for the Liberal Democrats. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be very, very brief because we're not actually, we won't really be, the contentious issue is not actually the budget, but the funding of that budget and how it is. We are about to reach and experience, some of us not will experience this, the most dire year since the Second World War, financially and economically, household-wise. And it is incumbent on us to make sure that for 12 months, because hopefully that will be relatively alleviated in 12 months' time, we actually do what we can to support and help those people who are going to be vulnerable. And it isn't those that are on benefits. It's those people that hard-working people, I hate that expression hard-working, it's always used by politicians to justify their line of thought or speech. But we have to do all we can to support those people, working people with families, young working people who have no opportunity now to buy their own homes, or are struggling to buy their own homes, and yet they see this year on year above inflation increases, and when we talk about the level of increase, I've seen, I've known when we've been looking at 14, 15% increases. Well, that was not as bad when we had 18, 20% inflation, and in wages. But it's only of recent times that year on year we've been having inflation rises in council tax way above inflation level. That can't go on. Now, we're not going to solve it this year, but in this year, when we are deeply, deeply concerned about how many people will be able to afford. I mean, in many ways, increases are going to be maybe counterproductive of percent, because we may put more people into defaulting on their council tax, to be applying for support, etc., etc. And the 2.9 maybe increase will be considerably less when we look at what we will have to find in order to alleviate our increases. It could be that it will have a detrimental effect on our level of income within the county. So whilst not debating the actual budget as it is, because the administration, albeit they're not a majority administration, but an administration is entitled to have their own budget and their own priorities, many of which, and most of them, I would support. But let's deal with how the poor people of this county are going to be able to pay for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. We now come to Councillor Chance for the Green Party, 28.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'd like to talk directly to all of you in the room. Our coalition's budget proposals are responsible, they're reasonable, and they're moderate. And they'll help to make Herefordshire fairer and greener. They'll make Herefordshire fairer because council tax is a progressive tax. People who live in bigger houses pay more, and that money goes to provide services that help the most vulnerable, more than 2/3 of it on social care related services. Now can you, oh sorry. Thank you. Is that better?
That is better.
Okay. Let's just remind ourselves, council tax is not the reason why people are currently struggling. People on low incomes are currently struggling because this government is presiding over an inflation increase of 5.4% and rising. People are currently struggling because this government is increasing national insurance. Average cost to a household of £250 a year, more than 5 times what the council tax increase will be. People are struggling because this government has lifted the fuel price cap, which will cost the average household £700 a year. People are struggling because those on universal credit have had that cut by £1,000 a year, 20 times more than the proposed council tax increase, a council tax increase that will go to aid those who are most vulnerable in our local community. Let those figures sink in. If members of the opposition are really concerned about people who are struggling, then where are their voices raised about those concerns? Where are they putting influence? No, instead, they're proposing taking money out of the hardship fund and giving it back to people, primarily giving more benefit to those in the larger homes. That's what a 0% council tax rise is. It's a regressive move because it benefits those in the largest houses more. They get £1.90 a week more benefit from that. The people in the lowest income, in the smallest houses, get 63p a week from a 0% council tax rise. It's also extraordinary to hear this suggested by Conservatives, who themselves presided over much higher council tax increases last time they were in administration, while inflation was much lower. So if there's concern about inflation-busting council tax increases, then why wasn't that expressed 4 years ago when we had a Conservative administration? The council tax rise proposed here is only just over half of the inflation rise. Councillor Harvey explained, we face additional costs of £17 million this year to provide the same services due to the impact of inflation and other pressures. Neighbouring authorities, Conservative-run authorities, are all proposing 3% or more council tax increase. The same goes for Liberal Democrat-led authorities too. And so our proposal of a council tax rise where more will be paid by those who live in the larger properties is a way of making our society fairer. Our administration is also proposing investment in tackling climate change. This is something that has cross-party support. All of the parties say they support this. Everyone's been watching David Attenborough. You know, this is not a surprise. This is a crisis that faces us. It needs investment. The Liberal Democrat leader said the other month, we have no more time to waste in investing in climate. The latest Liberal Democrat policy paper is on a fairer, greener and more caring society, and it berates the Conservatives for not investing enough in tackling climate change. So I very much hope, my Liberal Democrat colleagues, that you will support investment at a very reasonable, moderate level in this council. About 1/3 of 1% is what we're proposing of the total council budget to put into investment in climate action. And that's nothing airy-fairy, it's really practical. Colleagues have mentioned the fuel bills. At the moment, people turn on the radiators and half an hour later, most of that heat has gone out of the leaky windows, the leaky walls, the leaky roofs. We need to insulate those houses. Fuel poverty is a worse problem in Herefordshire than in the rest of the country. 16.5% of households in Herefordshire live in fuel poverty. We need to support them to insulate their houses so that when they're paying those higher fuel bills, actually that heat stays in the house, and that's how they will save money.
Councillor Chowns, you've come to the end of your time. Can you just finish your sentence?
Okay. So investment in climate action is investment in making life better for people. It creates jobs, it helps people keep warmer and safer in their homes. And I ask colleagues to put aside short-term measures and to choose a budget that invests for the long-term interests of the people of Herefordshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matthews for the True Independence, please.
Well, it's all been said, really, Chairman, but I have got something to put on.
We can't hear you properly.
You hear me now? All right. Mr. Lovegrove and Councillor Harvey have repeatedly told us over recent times that our reserves are as sound as almost anywhere in the country. And Councillor Chowns just said that the proposed rise that's been proposed is reasonable. Of course it's reasonable in normal times, but we're not in normal times. We're in difficult times. Let me give you a few examples. You've got people living in the rural areas with school transport for 16 to 19-year-olds paying £837 per year. Then they travel into work. If they work in town with petrol, costs, car parking fees is costing them up to £65 per week, not encouraging people to bother to work. Then they got much higher rates and eating oil, etc. So the costs in the rural areas in particular, which I feel sorry for, with very little services, and those are the people that are really suffering. Council can raise its council tax, etc., to raise funds, but hard-working people merely have to make further cuts to their standards of living. Value for money, which I've always preached, and I'm glad that colleagues acknowledge that, and we should be looking at our partners to make the cuts and savings in some of the contracts which are extortionate, and that's where we should be looking to things. Not only have the parishioners have to deal with what we're imposing on them, but they got the police precept, they got their parish precept, they got the fire precept. It's absolutely horrendous. And my parish councillors, particularly two of them, are extremely worried about these continuing pressures and prices going up. I therefore, not likely, I've thought long and hard about it with my colleagues, and we've discussed it and repeatedly over the last few days. But I think on balance, the fact that people are now experience extremely difficult times with all the pressures that have been brought on them, and I think with the reserves that we are told we've got, now's the time to help those people.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, we'll come to the debate on the motion recommended by Cabinet in the published report. And please, can members indicate if they wish to speak on the budget recommended by the Cabinet. And the budget amendments will follow this debate and will be considered in the order received. So, who do we have to speak?
First speaker is Councillor Kenyon, number 3.
Thank you,
Councillor
Chairman.
Kenyon.
I suppose I better introduce myself. We've had the independents, the truly independents. I'm the totally independent at the back here. So, I'd like to kick off by thanking Councillor Harvey for her hard work. She is the Rachel Riley of the administration. She's fantastic with numbers. I couldn't think of anyone better, perhaps apart from or as good as Councillor Shaw. If we could have some fusion, not a love child, but a fusion of minds, I think that could be absolutely bomb-proof as a budget. Now, that's not going to happen, and they're always going to sort of disagree. But I think somewhere in the middle is where it would be good. I massively struggle with a couple of the things that have been said by Councillor Chowns and Councillor Harvey, in that if you've got a bigger house, it doesn't mean you're better off. That's one thing I'd like to point out. I'm saying, you know, bigger houses should pay more. I don't agree with that. So I just wanted to say that. I think come January, between January and February, Councillor Harvey and Shaw should get in a room and they should hug it out until they've got it sorted out. I can't support a rise in... I understand all the bits and bobs. I've been here long enough, you know. I've seen increases of 4% and more. It's just this year in particular, it's not about politics. And they'll probably tell it himself. It's me that put the Tories up to it. You know, let's try and come up with a 0% budget, okay? And they've taken up the mantle, and Nigel's got involved and done some stuff with it. But it's truly come from that. Let's show people that we're in the trenches with them. This more than ever is a time where people are struggling, and we can hear all the stories. We know we've all got people we know, but let's try and do something this time, just to show. And you know what? If you do support the amendment that the Tories are going to bring up, well, you can throw it in their face if they're administration next time round. You can throw it in their face for the next 4 years. But for this year, let's just think about possibly compromising, and that's me done. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Now,
Next speaker, Councillor Durkin, number 25.
Councillor Durkin.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sure there will be criticism for suggesting across the board council tax freeze, as we have heard, and be told that such a freeze benefits more of the households, all 160 of them, living it up in luxury and a Band H property. They're already paying 3 times the amount for a Band A. And as such, ownership of capital assets, as has been said, is no indication of the ability to pay, especially for those on a fixed income whose living costs continue to rise. Without assessing the assets that needs of every house, this is the best and most equitable solution with no rise for anyone. People are struggling, we hear, so why should we increase their burden when we can help them? We must bear in mind that those that are also struggling to make ends meet will find that increases in the pipeline will be causing them some immediate financial issues come April. And we must do what we can to protect them. It's what a good council should be doing. We, and I repeat, all of us are required to pay an increase. Let's look at what some of the context is. National insurance, 1.1% rise in April. Police precept, 4% on a Band D property, about £9.47. Fire, 1.94%, £1.94 per Band D house. Parish council precepts will rise depending on your parish. Energy bills, 55% about, has been announced. Will be an estimated £693. Heating oil, as has been mentioned by Councillor Matthews, prices go up with no VAT reduction and retaining the green element. LPG, similarly, prices are up. Vehicle costs are higher. Being in a rural county, vehicles are important. High now, but destined to go higher. Also, and fundamentally, food prices. Food prices are high. So why should we not help people? I know there are some elements of everyday life that I've missed on my list, but as outlined by Councillor Matthews. Other councils' precepts are other councils' precepts, their budgets. It's what they do. However, we have the ability to reduce our council tax for persons who will, over and above those in receipt of the council tax reduction scheme, needed, as you have heard and read in the amendment. After all, the people of Herefordshire have paid for their council tax previously, and this has provided us with the ability, in the savings we have, to help them now, when it is vital that they need help. So why should we not ease the burden for those in our residents, help them out, and go with an across-the-board zero council tax rise? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. And the next speaker?
Is Councillor Gandy, number 25.
Councillor Gandy.
Thank you, thank you, Leader. I will also be supporting a zero council tax rise. The Southwide Development Trust recently stated that the residents in South Hereford and Leinster are among the top 25% most deprived in England, and that working families are facing a hidden struggle to pay for food and heating due to the cost of living crisis. In many cases, these are the families not entitled to council tax relief. In our more rural areas, many passing through our villages will see those communities as mainly being our more wealthy areas with large properties, as has been stated already today, or idyllic chocolate box cottages, black and white with thatched roofs. However, behind those doors, many are struggling. Property rich, but cash poor, but just not poor enough to entitle them to any financial relief. Oil prices, which are never mentioned because there is no cap on them, and Herefordshire residents rely a lot on oil. Fuel are going up. Fuel is a big cost, and the car is an essential as public transport is a rare, if ever, sight. During this debate, predictably, many of the administration have placed the blame on others, as they often do. That's politics. What does that achieve for our residents other than political point scoring? We today have no ability to affect national price rises or government taxation. We can, however, cushion the blow at a local level. We can demonstrate by our decisions today that we recognise how difficult times are and will continue for some time. I understand that as a relatively new administration, you wish to stamp your mark and you want to ensure you leave a legacy. I've been there. But this year has to be about safeguarding our residents, alleviating their financial stress and building the local economy. My parish councils in the main have recognised this by agreeing to very low or zero precept increases, and I'm sure many of yours have as well. They get it, and so should we. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker is Councillor Bowes, number 20.
Councillor Bowes.
Thank you. Can you hear? Hello. Okay, thank you. Councillor Lester says we agree on 2.99%. Where does the money come from? There's an election next year. Setting a zero increase is about showing they are one of the people, but they're not addressing the real issue. No one wants to put up council tax. We are £100 million a year down due to government spending cuts, acknowledged by councillors Conservative in this room and around the country. The authorities in rural areas suffer disproportionately. Taking out of reserves means people will end up paying twice as much next year. Conservatives, when in administration in Herefordshire, put up the council tax numerous times. They were in administration when the overspends on the Hereford HCCTP and Blue Schoolhouse, amongst others. Their track record speaks volumes. So instead of trying to come across as one of the people, fight for the people. Demand money for more money for our residents. Ask the Prime Minister to use the time currently spent on trying to find excuses for Partygate to instead spend his time finding ways and funds to help our residents. Incidentally, the Liberal Dems would raise £7 billion a year in additional revenue by putting up 1 pence on income tax. It's my understanding that a zero uplift this year will take away £11 million of service support and future projects to deliver change. You are mortgaging our children's future. You. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker is Councillor Johnson, number 17.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. Is my microphone working? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. The pressures that we've got this year, that our residents have this year, are unusual and hopefully will be limited in the time for which they run. But the notion that we should take part of the money that we could give them by way of support and use it on green initiatives, which so far have shown nothing but grossly overestimated estimates of what's likely to happen to the world and everybody within it. I haven't seen one yet that came within 100% of what it actually said was going to happen. Is just nonsense. We have to consider the future, most certainly. And one of the speakers, I can't remember which, said that we must be careful that we don't load future generations with the problems of today. I agree entirely with the sentiment. However, we do have reserves, as all sensible and responsible authorities have. Those reserves are for rainy days, and for those of you who haven't noticed, it's raining rather hard, and I think it's high time we did something to show the people of Hereford that we are not only aware of what their position is, but that we are in a position to do something positive to help them, albeit a one-off, a temporary, whatever. There are difficulties coming the way of our residents this year, which are unprecedented, so the majority of them. I agree entirely with the comments made by Councillor Gandy that the people most seriously affected are not those on benefits or those very few who have lots of money living in expensive houses. It is the people just above the benefit level who really will be feeling the pinch this year. This is a special year. It needs special attention, and I will certainly support a 0% increase in council tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We have 9 more speakers, and then I will draw the debate to a close.
Next speaker is Councillor Marsh,
Councillor
number 23.
Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. We need to be really clear that money, extra money on council tax is not the same as money on an energy bill. Money you spend on oil will benefit someone in Dubai. Money on... They don't benefit people here. Money on extra food is probably someone in Spain. Money that is spent on council tax is spent here. And often it's spent here twice because we spend it, it goes to local residents, they spend it locally, they spend it again. It is not the same as money that sadly is going out because we failed to build enough offshore wind some time ago and we failed to raise our building standards so that our houses were actually functional. And the money for the discretionary housing grant is important money. It is money for people who are suffering real difficulties, who are about to be thrown out of their houses, who need to move. That is an essential money that we need. At the moment, it's only 272,000, which is a tiny amount. The proposed increase will still not be enough, but it may be enough to stop families splitting up. And you know what? If a family doesn't split up, that may avoid a child coming into care. We all know the long-term costs, the thousands and thousands of pounds that it costs for any child who comes into care. Also, we need our reserves. There is so much coming our way. A Kenyan friend has a proverb which I've always found difficult. She says, "Enjoy today, tomorrow will be worse." And all of me shrieks because I'm a post-war baby. You know, oh, everything's going to get better, everything's going to get lovely. It's not true. This is not an unprecedented year. We must keep ourselves strong. We must give ourselves every opportunity to respond to the very many difficulties that are coming that will get worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker is Councillor Tyler, number 11.
Councillor Tyler.
Thank you, Chair. As a portfolio holder for regulatory services, it's been a difficult 6 months trying to find these savings, which will ultimately affect service delivery. Over the last 2 years, revenue has significantly reduced due to COVID restrictions for officers to carry out their duties. Council has a statutory duty to deliver essential services, not just adult social care, children's services and public realm. There is also regulatory services where most residents will be in touch with environmental health to report issues such as affecting them noise, dog nuisance, house issues, hedgerows, fly tipping, school absence, water sampling, food inspections, licensing. I could go on. There's a ream of services that regulatory services do. But they carry on, but it's also due to the fact that they have limited resource as well. The council is under enormous pressure to keep balanced budgets with a never-ending decline of government funding. I have to ask myself, if government did worry about low-income families, why would they not help more? No, they decided to remove the £20 a week uplift to universal credit, now plunging these families further into debt. Why didn't they keep this uplift to keep these families supported? Every April, the cost of living rises. We expect this rise. However, if the council doesn't increase revenue, how can we sustain our services which members of the public demand? I find it really difficult not to acknowledge the hardship that I see friends, also, having pressures on their income. But I also have a duty of care to look after our vulnerable people and families, and I have to weigh that up as well. So if amendments to the budget are considered today, the delivery of services will be affected for future years. We can't recover this funding, but it'd be my future generations who will suffer and suffer and suffer, and I can't allow that to happen as a councillor of duty of care to my constituents. This service in regulatory services is always going to be a demand on our services, and whatever we can do, we must support our residents and deliver the services that everyone should be able to have. And I have to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Now, who will be next?
Next speaker is Councillor Tillett.
Councillor Tillett.
Thank you, Chair. Several mentions have been made of the South Wye area, and as a councillor for that area, inevitably many of my decisions and choices are based on those people that I live amongst and represent. And that includes areas of the highest levels of deprivation, not just in the county, but in the country. There are properties just a couple of hundred yards to my left here, which are in the lowest 10% of incomes within the country. Now, many of those people, most of those people, will be hugely relieved to see the relief package that we have passed again this year. But it is much of the rest of the ward, and indeed much of the rest of the South Wye and other areas in the county, that really do concern me. Those people that we have already heard of who are just about managing. And I won't re-rehearse the various components of the cost of living crisis tsunami, which is approaching and is virtually on us. And nor am I interested in apportioning blame, although I understand why colleagues want to do that. The fact is that people will look at their council tax bill. They will not want to compare it with other counties. They will not want to compare it with what someone else in a bigger house is paying. They won't even really be thinking primarily of where it will be going. The majority of people in my ward and many others will just look at it as yet another bill that has gone up. And therefore, stop muttering, Councillor Bowes, therefore, should we not take this opportunity to relieve that burden for this one-off event? The Section 151 officer quite clearly states that he is satisfied that we will continue to have adequate reserves and balances. So where this will be charging twice as much next year or future generations will suffer, I don't quite get that. The fact is, we do have an opportunity to make a one-off statement to say, we understand, we hear. This is not some grandstanding trying to be one of the people. I'd hope actually most of us are one of the people and one of the communities that we represent. The fact is, we have an opportunity to say we recognise what is coming, we recognise what is already here for many people. We can't do much about the other elements, but we can do this. And if we do that, it is not political. We will all get credit. The council will get credit for listening and reacting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. Next speaker?
Next speaker is Councillor Swinglehurst, number 13.
Councillor Swinglehurst.
Thank you. The proposed rise in council tax is a choice, and there are alternatives to consider. We're living in challenging times, and we have to measure our response to the multiple demands put upon us. I'm supportive of the efforts that are proposed to shield our most vulnerable residents from rate rises via the council tax reduction scheme and discretionary grants, but I feel it is not enough. Even the government is trying to temper the wind to the shorn lamb by issuing a £150 rebate for houses in bands A to D, which I also support. However, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures, and so if it is possible for the council to go ahead with a 0% rise, then I think it is something we need to consider. The median weekly earnings of someone working in Herefordshire is £536.60, which is below the national average and the lowest of all 14 West Midlands authorities. The most recent HMRC data shows that for taxpayers, the median income from employment is £21,500, again below the West Midlands average for the same period, and the median for the self-employed is £19,500. This is the median, the middle range. There will be those above, for sure, but there will be those below, and there will be a sizable number around the middle, the squeezed middle. Herefordshire is a rural county with energy inefficient housing stock. Rural houses do not have gas. Oil was 41p in May 2021. It's currently over 65p and continuing to rise. Electricity is set to rise by over 50%. The price of petrol is rising, the cost of food is rising, inflation will devalue any fixed income or savings, and it is predicted to rise to over 7%. But it's not likely that local wages will rise to keep pace. The question is not whether the 2.99 is added, but rather where it is found, either from taxes paid in the past or from taxes due in this difficult time. The council tax rise is a choice, and it is responsible for all councillors to consider the options in determining how best to serve all their residents and show that we are not insensible to the gathering storm and would wish to temper the wind to the shorn lamb.
Thank you, Councillor. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Councillor Roan, number 18.
Councillor Roan.
Thank you, Chair. You can't hear yourself. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Chowns eloquently listed all the extras in the way of costs coming our way. Thousands of extras. But still, her party, the administration, want to increase that burden more when there is actually no need to, when there are funds available, and those funds have been paid by council taxpayers over the previous years and not spent. That's where reserves come from. Now, if we only have a certain amount of money to spend, then let's spend it on the services that the people of Herefordshire need, and not aspirational, yet to be decided green issues. I can't support an increase as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Next one.
Councillor Fagan, number 21.
Thank you. Councillor Tillett said, yes, we can do this, but I wonder at what cost we can do this. To me, the cost seems too high. We already know from understanding Herefordshire analysis of the county that fuel poverty is one of our highest indices of deprivation, which is exacerbated by our rurality. Using the new homes bonus is an opportunity for us to improve on deprivation while building up an industry, creating jobs and vastly improving people's quality of life at a time when we know, and we're being told by the government, that the imperative to reduce wasteful and extremely expensive emissions is absolutely urgent. As responsible leaders, we owe that to current and future generations in this county. Theresa May's Conservative government committed itself to reaching net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Last year, the UK hosted COP26, where it committed itself to reducing the worst impacts of climate change. This year, countries will meet again to discuss the targets because we know they fall woefully short of the action that's required to keep our emissions down. While it is commendable that the Conservatives managed to keep any climate action alive during the years of austerity, when it should have been most active since 2010, we must now build on that foundation and push to do better. The new homes bonus is an opportunity for us to do that, taking the bonus from homes that have been built in Herefordshire, probably quite well insulated compared to our 85,000 homes that are leaking heat and carbon emissions into the atmosphere, and creating an industry and businesses around insulating those homes so that our rural residents can afford to pay for their heating, have a better quality of life and do the right thing for the environment. Suggestions that the 250,000 is a sufficient sum to allow the council to continue in its role as a champion and advocate of carbon efficiency show complete ignorance of how far we still have to go. In a recent scorecard analysis of county climate action, Herefordshire scored 58% in their climate action. Many councils in the country exceeded that, pushing climate action amongst top priorities. The The 28 questions that were asked were whether the climate actions are costed, do the actions have a clear goal, are local residents being engaged with climate action, and does the plan include strategies to decarbonise waste, planning, homes and other services the council is responsible for? Does it go beyond cutting the council's own emissions and work with others to cut the whole area's emissions? This is what we are trying to do in Herefordshire. And the plan also asks, the analysis also asks, does the plan cover areas such as reskilling the workforce, climate education, governance and funding? This is a budget that actually takes all of those into account. It's a budget that cares for the most vulnerable.
Please bring your speech to an end.
And keeps us delivering the services that the residents of Herefordshire expect.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker is Councillor Phillips, number 19.
Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, I don't think I've changed sex yet. I'm not quite gone to that extreme, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm grateful to Councillor Harvey for her comments, and it reminds me that I must declare an interest as Vice Chairman of the Rural Services Network. We are a very powerful lobby group. We do our very best, and I would remind Councillor Bowes that there are people on this side of the House who do work very, very hard, even in opposition, to try and do the best for Herefordshire. So I take great exception when people think that we just sit here and do nothing. We do a great deal, and there's a great deal of hard work that still needs to be done. The Rural Services Delivery Grant was frozen this year. There is going to be a review of local government finance. We have got our work cut out. And let me tell you, in my correspondence with MPs across the board, the MPs we've got the real battle with is those from the Labour Party and the left wing of there who believe that rural areas have got more money than they know what to do with. And that's going to be the struggle. And if there's a change of national government, let me tell you, Herefordshire will feel a very, very, very a blast of a cold wind. There is concern in my parish councils about some of the transparency and clarity on some of the new homes bonus spend. That will need to be very clear and open as to how that went about it and where that money is going. And I think you need to understand there is real concern. I was quite surprised by the amount of comments that I have got back about that. So I do put that warning down. But reassured that some of us will continue to do our best for rural services. Rural services cost more money to deliver in a rural area, and that is only going to get worse. And what the honesty about the climate change that needs to be told about is that the era of cheap energy and cheap food has ended. We have to pay the proper price for it all. And that has huge implications, which nobody has begun to be honest with the public about.
Thank you, Councillor. We have two more speakers.
Next speaker is Councillor Wilding.
Councillor Wilding.
Thank you, Chair. So we do agree that we need to find extra money. So do we use our reserves? Do we use money set aside? Or do we use the new homes bonus now? But if we do that, what will happen in future years when the climate emergency really kicks in? Because councillors who are worried about working people coping now have seen nothing yet. This council announced a climate and ecological emergency, and members said they took it seriously. Some previous speakers have proved they do not. For instance, I know of one member who still mistakenly believes that the ozone hole healed itself. Well, it didn't. It took concerted effort from around the world to sort out the ozone hole. It actually took Margaret Thatcher to go to the United Nations and plead with them to change their ways. It was a massive effort. It did not happen without massive effort. And that's why we need to keep those reserves, because there is a coming storm. You really have seen nothing yet. To pretend to act otherwise will mean future generations will face living conditions that, compared to today, will be very testing indeed. So
I appeal to members to stop thinking so short term about how we live today. Yes, I accept many people in the county are facing massive hardships, and we do need to help them. But taking money away from things that this administration is putting forward to tackle the climate change are not the right way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker is Councillor Crockett, number 27.
Councillor Crockett.
Thank you, Chairman. Every year we have to review and propose a budget to Council. This is never an easy task. Year on year we're expected to do more with less. The Communities and Wellbeing Directorate supports and cares for our adult population. This includes the most vulnerable. We cannot compromise care. Some changes are inevitable as we continue to enable this. Like any business, local authorities have to balance their books. This is no mean feat. Services have to be reviewed, and occasionally alternatives have to be found. Our strengths-based assessments and Talk Community programme are our working models. I'd like to thank the dedicated team of officers who work within this directorate for their continuing challenging work. This financial year, we've utilised some one-off funding streams that will not materialise in 22-23. Budget pressures for 22-23 over and above our current financial year are circa £3.9 million. Fee and contract inflation based on the national living wage increased to £9.50 an hour, and the latest consumer price index inflationary figures for the non-staffing element of the costs relate to care providers, circa 3 million, contract inflation, circa 350,000, and a potential cost pressure of 596,000 to the Council via the charging policy review. This review has been carried out to ensure that our policy is non-discriminatory. The current financial year's performance versus 22-23 budget requirement, and why the current financial position is not sustainable as we move into next year, is because a significant proportion, circa 2.2 million, of the 3.283 million forecast underspend for community wellbeing at the end of December 21 was due to one-off streaming funds. These will not materialise, as I've mentioned previously. I am here as a humanitarian to ensure the residents of the county receive what they deserve in their time of need. We support the most vulnerable and those with social care requirements. And if we cannot supply this, what will they do? The proposed increase in council tax of a total 2.99% would include a ring-fenced adult social precept of 1%. As we've heard before, this equates to approximately 32 pence per week on the average Band D council tax. We know there are financial hardships for some, and hopefully...
Can you please bring your speech to a halt, please?
These are already steps in place to support them.
Thank you, Councillor.
Can I just finish off my last...
Finish your sentence.
Thank you.
You've had over your time already.
So I ask members to support this council tax proposal so that those who need get.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. We have now, I think, had a very adequate debate on the budget. We now come to the amendments. And the first amendment is proposed by Councillor Harrington, and I believe seconded by Councillor Andrews. Now, Councillor Andrews, do you wish to speak after Councillor Harrington or at the end of the debate? Thank you. So, Councillor Harrington, you have 3 minutes. Number 28.
Thank you, Chairman. I shouldn't need the 3 minutes, I don't think. The proposal's quite simple. We had intended to raise car parking charges with inflation in a couple of years. We got a last-minute notification that we had received more money in business rates collection than we thought we had, and that's given us an opportunity to consider delaying that. It's as simple as that. I'm ready to be guided by the room.
Thank you. Now, do we have speakers?
Councillor Stark, do you wish to speak now? Number 7? Or not?
You don't. Do we have any? Councillor Kenyon.
Thank you, Chairman. I welcome this amendment. I'd like it to go further. I don't think it goes far enough. The nighttime economy in Hereford between Monday and Thursday doesn't really exist, and I think parking charges has got something to do with that. Where you might have got the workmen at the end of a good shift popping into town to having a pint or a coffee or something. They don't do that anymore. Now, I'm not saying drink and drive and that sort of stuff, but at the end of the day, quite often people want to have a pint and that sort of stuff, and they can't. So it's not just that. That's just one example, Monday to Thursday. But evening charges for parking, I know it brings big revenue in. I understand all that, but I wish a better balance could be found to help the nighttime economy within the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor James, number 5.
Councillor James.
Thank you, Chairman. I welcome this, but as Councillor Kenyon said, I don't think it's enough. We've got to rethink car parking in our towns and city, the central towns. Otherwise, they're going to die. You're forcing people by the charges that we levy. You're forcing people to go to the big out-of-town supermarkets where they don't have to pay. And you're killing off small independent traders by having a vendetta against car owners and car drivers who have no other way of getting into the towns. I've got neighbours who actually now go to other parts of outside of the county to shop because of they find it much more convenient and much more cost effective to move those particular areas than go into Hereford or some of the market towns. Please think the whole business around. Government could help by changing the business rate system whereby those out of town and in town for that matter supermarkets give free car parking to encourage their people in. Please do something, because unless something's done now, especially in this current year, we're going to see dire consequences.
Thank you, Councillor. Our next speaker?
Councillor Matthews, number 2.
Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I thank Councillor Harrington for this amendment. He will know that I was very forceful last year in urging that it be frozen last year. I think, as Councillor James has said, it's had a detrimental effect on our city centre small businesses, and you see a lot of car parks with spaces and half empty half the time, which we'd never seen years ago. And all it is driving people away, because you go to Oak Church and Omer Road and places like that, you can't find anywhere to park because the car parking's free. So all it's doing is severely damaging our town centre businesses, and I think that this should be looked at again as soon as possible. But I welcome at least it's a move in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Watson, number 9.
Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I would just like to ask if it's a point of order to be accused of a vendetta against car users. I take umbrage on that, actually. I don't think that this coalition is against...
Councillor, are you trying to raise a point of order?
Yes, I am, about
Well,
the
can
words.
you please... I don't think that is a point of order, in fact. I don't think you can say that is a point of order. It's not against the law, and it's not against the Constitution. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, I would just like to say that many people haven't been car parking because I don't want to state the obvious, but we've been through COVID for the last 2 years and people have been encouraged to work from home. So empty car parking spaces is not down to the coalition having a vendetta against cars. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Summers. And also, may I just ask you not to repeat points already made? Thank you.
I'll try not to. I want to support this amendment, but to be frank, I've sat here and listened today, and I find it really laughable that so many in this room want a 0% increase in taxes, yet they expect all kinds of things that for no money, but instead want to reward the wealthy. You know, Hereford is a favourite place to retire. No wonder, you know. So we have a lot of rich people coming in, and they'll be paying less tax. It's laughable. Well, I find a lot of you laughable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No more speakers. Councillor Andrews, if you'd like to close the debate now, please. Number 10.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you to everybody in this debate. I support this wholly due to the fact that we've had some extra money come through. So I think really if we can get to the vote, that's it. I take point of what Councillor Kenyon said about the nighttime economy, and I think we will look at this in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, as this is an amendment to the budget, Councillor Harvey has a right of reply before we go to the vote. Councillor Harvey? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I don't feel I need to use this. I'm happy that the room decides on the matter. It's funds that we had provided too late in the day to work the numbers through in time for cabinet meeting when we set the budget. So it is coming as an administration amendment. If people think it's the right thing to do, then I'm happy to go with the room. If people think that it's appropriate to carry on with the saving as proposed, fair enough. It's just an option that we put to you as the administration.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, come to the vote, and it is a recorded vote, named vote, and the monitoring officer will carry it out.
Thank you. I shall call out the names of all members present and request that they clearly state whether they are for or against or abstaining from voting from the amendment that is on the screen before you. Councillor Paul Andrews.
For.
Councillor Bartlett. For. Councillor Bartram.
For.
Councillor Balderson. For. Councillor Bolter.
For.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Bowes. For. Councillor Chowns. For. Councillor Crockett. For. Councillor Davis. For. Councillor Durkin. For. Councillor Fagan. For. Councillor Foxton. For. Councillor Gandy. For. Councillor Guthrie. For. Councillor Hardwick.
For.
Councillor Harrington.
For.
Councillor Harvey. For. Councillor Hewitt.
For.
Councillor Hay. For. Councillor Hitchener.
For.
Councillor Howells.
For.
Councillor Ianson. For. Councillor James.
For.
Councillor Ginman.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Mike Jones.
For.
Councillor Kenyon.
For.
Councillor Lester.
For.
Councillor Marsh.
For.
Councillor Matthews.
For.
Councillor Millmore.
For.
Councillor Milne.
For.
Councillor Norman. For. Councillor Phillips.
For.
Councillor Price.
For.
Councillor Probert. Councillor Rowe.
For.
Councillor Shaw.
For.
Councillor Stark.
For.
Councillor Stone.
For.
Councillor Summers.
For.
Councillor Swinglehurst.
For.
Councillor Simons.
For.
Councillor Tillett.
For.
Councillor Toynbee. Councillor Tyler. Councillor Watson. Councillor Wilding.
Against.
Well, that was carried nearly unanimously. Thank you very much. We now go on to amendment number 2. So, we have a proposer and a seconder. We haven't got a seconder yet. Oh, right. Sorry.
Councillor Lester.
Councillor Lester, we do have a seconder now. Proposer is Councillor Shaw, and the seconder, I believe now, is Councillor Lester. That's good. Now, Councillor Lester, do you wish to reserve your right to speak later or? Later. Thank you. Well, the proposed amendment is to change recommendations B and C to 0% and resultant change to Band D charge in recommendation C. Hope you all understand that. Then, Councillor Shaw, you have 3 minutes, and also for Councillor Lester later on. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I'm delighted to come to you today to offer hope. Hope to our beleaguered council taxpayers, to give them a reassurance that whilst their household and energy costs may be rising, as a responsible and a caring local authority, we will do whatever we can to deliver our services without it costing them extra money. We are already raising an extra 3 million from council tax in the coming year because the number of households paying tax has increased. This year, we can find the additional 3.4 to balance our budget from elsewhere. The Conservatives brought this amendment following the opportunity presented by the availability of the new homes bonus and the increase in the business rates. That, together with a judicious contribution from our Financial Resilience Reserve, will enable this council to keep council tax frozen this year. By balancing this year's budget with an additional 1.3 million from this reserve, we can deliver all of the services that we had budgeted for. This opportunity is financially underwritten. I'm delighted to tell you that the surplus minimum revenue provision, currently standing at 16.7 million, continues to accrue in excess of the rate at which this amendment will draw it down. The residents of Herefordshire have been hit hard by this pandemic. The Daily News has underlined the hardships of many of the squeezed middle families are having to endure. The rise in energy bills and national insurance during April, the recent rise in the cost of living has exacerbated the pressure on already stretched budgets. When we are asking people to loosen their purse strings and help the economy to step up a gear, this is not the time to inflict a further tax rise. The sums per household may be modest, but they represent a purchasing power that we are otherwise withholding from our citizens. Adam Smith remarked, "There is no art which one government sooner learns of another than of draining money from the pockets of the people." A commitment to a zero tax rise is a tough decision to make for any council. It is made possible by the careful and responsible financial management over many years, and we should be resolute in our determination to do the right thing by residents who have told us that the times are challenging for them. To sum up then, I recognise the instinct of council to raise as much revenue as it is allowed to by law. If the legal limit was 4.9% this year, I suspect that we would be debating at that level. In administration, we also raise council tax at the limit every year, bar one. This year, however, sees such a unique set of circumstances that I truly hope will never be repeated in my lifetime. Inflation, mortgages and rents all increasing, and a yet more challenging winter beckons. I return to my opening lines. It is within your power to bring hope, an appreciation that we are listening and that we will do whatever we can to reduce the burden on our residents. I commend the amendment, which has been confirmed as deliverable by your 151 officer, and hope that you will approve it.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, do we have speakers? Councillor Stark.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, I have difficulty with this amendment, and it's not a political position I'm taking. It's more a position around service provision. At general, I can't even remember, Strategic Council, I can't remember what it is now. I've taken the view that the level of provision for economy and environment at 16% of the total budget has been far too low and should actually be increased. If we have over 6 million, as is suggested in this amendment, to spend, then while I can understand that it would be attractive to actually spread it across all residents in Herefordshire, I'd rather it was spent on service provision. Service provision in economy environment, which has actually been, I think, decreased for far too long, and my residents are actually complaining about the state of the roads. They talk about enforcement, we talk about planning backlogs, we talk about not having enough environmental health officers, not enough trade and standing officers. If there is 6 million to be had on this table, then I would urge people to think about whether we should actually be spending that in terms of actually improving the service provision that we have. So I'm concerned about it from that point of view. I'm also concerned that this is not a targeted approach, because obviously the 500,000 which is in discretionary housing payment is a targeted approach, and this is actually using that to actually spread it across all council payers in Herefordshire. And I'm also concerned that we are actually facing very strong economic pressures as a whole in the future, and that if we strip 6 million out at this stage, while it is attractive, it is actually, I think, storing problems up for the future in terms of what we might have to face. So I have sympathy with the actual proposition, but I think I have difficulty in supporting it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, who is our next speaker?
Next speaker is Councillor Summers, number 9.
Councillor Summers.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I've got very little to say. I seem to remember in this long lifetime of mine that we always worry about what we're giving to the rich and taking away from the poor. And this, I can't support this amendment because as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't help the poor, but it does benefit the rich. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Paul Andrews, number 10.
Councillor Andrews, Paul Andrews.
I think it's me.
Sorry?
Councillor Hewitt.
It's
Councillor
the num-
Hewitt,
it's
was
a-
it?
It's
Sorry.
number 10.
Councillor Hewitt.
But it's not him, it's me. So, so if we run down our reserves, you know, how will we cope with what's to come? That's the first thing. And there are just 3 points, really. We're targeting to those most in need. We're not in a circus where we scatter sweeties to the crowd and the ones at the front and the biggest kids get the sweeties first. We're targeting the people who are really struggling. And I think the people of Herefordshire absolutely need to hear that. And we're targeting for those who will be here when we're gone. All of us voted to address this climate emergency, and I think it's really important that we do so. And we're targeting for those who will be leaving this community, who are in their last years and need that help. You know, the amendments to take away our resilience seems to me financially risky and not a clever idea, because in future years it will come back to bite us, and well, it won't matter then, because this populist proposal will have voted in what they want. So there you go. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker is Councillor Norman. Please raise your number. Number 22.
Councillor Norman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure I can describe how shocked and actually angry I was when I first saw this. It really did shock me that we are putting such an idea forward. I don't believe the public will thank us. The benefits to individuals will be absolutely minimal compared with the damage that will be done and the lack of opportunity to improve services if we continue with the budget as it is. So I'm really surprised. This is playing games. It's far too serious for that. I think somebody said that we are all members of our population. Of course we are, but we are in a particularly privileged position where we actually can make decisions, and we would not make a decision like this off the top of our head. So I don't think we should be doing that. Where would the money come from? Reserves, possibly, we're told. We have had the most appalling weather over the last few years. Terrible, terrible weather. Huge damage done to roads. We have a particular scheme we can bear in mind. The costs were enormous, And we absolutely have to be aware that these things are not going to be a one in a lifetime. They're going to be increasingly likely to happen in the future, and that we must be prepared for that. We also are aware that services for older people, services for vulnerable people are increasingly demanding, and the idea that we can put at risk any of the funding which should and could be available for that seems to me to be irresponsible in the extreme. So I think we have to look at this. It's been carefully considered, it's been sensibly thought through and presented, and the idea of any short-term gain putting at risk long-term advantages seems to me to be quite wrong. I could not possibly support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Davis?
Number 4, point of order.
Councillor Davis, thank you. A point
Yes.
of order must relate to a breach of the standing orders regulating council meetings or the law.
Yes.
Please outline how your point of order relates to a breach of standing orders or the law, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. It shouldn't take that long. I think that the comments that we're hearing now are identical to the arguments previously, so I'm just asking for the question to be put.
Do you have a seconder for that? Several seconders. Has it been sufficient? How many have we had speaking?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 people wish to speak, and you've had 1, 2, 3, 4 people speak.
I don't think we've had enough debate yet. So can we have some more, please, next one?
Is Councillor Marsh, number 23.
Councillor Marsh.
Just a very short point. I searched and searched on the internet. I couldn't find any authority proposing 0%. I looked as hard as I could. All over the country, Conservatives and Liberal Democrats are proposing exactly the rates we're proposing here. Anyone in this room who doesn't vote for this amendment will be voting for the bigger interests of their party. They will be going with the flow. They will be doing what is right and what Conservatives and Liberal Democrats all over the country are arguing for.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Now the next speaker.
Next speaker, Councillor Toynbee, and please raise your number.
Councillor Toynbee.
Number 29.
Very briefly, everybody who's spoken has expressed the fact that we're in extreme circumstances, particular situation of extreme uncertainty. With COVID, inflation, so many uncertain things for the future. So I think it's the worst time to raid reserves. This is when we need to be... National government is behaving irresponsibly. At local level, we need to behave responsibly in this time of uncertainty, and that means not raiding our reserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker is Councillor Chowns, number 28.
Councillor Chowns.
If colleagues were really interested in helping those struggle most, they would make a proposal targeted at those struggling most. That's what this administration has done, but that's not what this proposal does. It proposes to take money from targeted assistance for people who are struggling and spread it across the board, and that is regressive and unfair and unequal. I really doubt that Conservative colleagues would be voting for this if they were over the border in Worcestershire or Gloucestershire or Shropshire. I very, very much doubt that. So why are they proposing it here?
Quiet, please.
This council voted unanimously to recognise the climate emergency, and this specific council voted unanimously to establish a climate assembly. We've just held that in January, and it came up with an incredibly strong across-the-board support for more action on climate. Tackling climate change really isn't a party political issue. The Britain's Choice Research Project, 10,000 people across the country, showed that it's the one issue where there's agreement among all sectors of society about the urgency of tackling climate change. If we are serious about our declaration of climate emergency, if we were serious in setting up the Climate Assembly, then we must dedicate funding to taking forward action to tackle that climate emergency. We've done the most in-depth consultation work that has ever been done by this council with the Citizens' Assembly. And it's come up with suggestions like 85% of people who voted wanted more action to make homes warmer. That's the sort of thing that would be funded by the new homes bonus. Stopping heat leaking out our houses, keeping people warm and safe. in their homes, investment to make life better for people in Herefordshire. That's what the new homes bonus money for climate action is for. And I really appeal to colleagues to recognise that people in Herefordshire want us to work together to tackle climate change. They want us to show that it's not just lip service or hot air. They want you to show that you recognise the need to invest in tackling the climate crisis and therefore help people to live better lives in Herefordshire. So please reject this amendment that's so damaging and vote instead for responsible and moderate proposals to invest in that action. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have 10 more speakers and then we'll draw the debate to a close. I think it'll be well debated by then. Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Councillor Matthews, number 2.
Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'll be extremely brief. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Harvey and Councillor Shaw and all the officers for this very comprehensive report. An awful lot of time and effort been put into it, and we must show our appreciation of all the time that they've spent on it. What I'd like to refer to under legal implications, and it says under legal implications, councillors are required to act prudently when setting the budget and council tax so that they budget and council tax so that they act in a way that considers local taxpayers. That's what we're doing, and that's what this proposal is doing. It's not easy. It's something we've given an awful lot of thought to, but I think in these unusual circumstances, this is the way forward. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. And our next one?
Councillor Davis, number 4.
Councillor Davis. Thank you.
Next speaker, Councillor Hay, number 16.
Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm quite happy to forgo my chance to speak because I think my colleagues have said it all today in the room. I will not be supporting this amendment. I just wanted to say a quick thank you to Councillor Stark for his honesty. It was really refreshing to hear that. And I'd really like to know if Councillor James can lend me his crystal ball, because apparently he knows we're going to be in a better financial position in a year's time. So if we are, then yeah, that's fantastic, but I doubt it very much. And I was just thinking about having to go home later, facing my 17-year-old son, and if this amendment was passed, and saying to him, I'm sorry, but you and all the young people in this county, your future is being jeopardised because of an amendment that was passed today.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Councillor Watson, number 9.
Councillor Watson.
Thank you. Points I was going to make have already been made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very sensible.
Next speaker, Councillor Howes, number 6.
Councillor.
Thank you, Chairman. Unlike my colleague, I am going to put a bit of a political flavour to my arguments. I'm all in favour of viewing plausible reasons if we can reduce the burden of council tax. And indeed, as a local Lib Dem councillor, I argue for and agreed a parish council to reduce our initial precept increase of around 3% to about half that, which I viewed as a realistic combination of reflecting the need to maintain services and consider ability to pay. And I totally agree with Councillor Phillips that political allegiance is no indicator of caring in our different ways. But having listened to the Conservative arguments for why we should have a zero budget, I'm going to use the word disappointed. I was actually going to use the word angry and stronger words, but I am very respectful of different political views. But I think their argument shows real paucity of convincing us why we should reduce the proposed increase and have a zero budget. My heart really bleeds for the poor Band-Aids residents having to pay a few pounds more as an excuse for reducing the tax increase. Demonstrably a nonsense. Yes, of course, property value is not an indicator of liquid funds, but to compare their hardship to the vast majority of ratepayers just dramatically demonstrates to me the lack of reality of how real people live, and it just shows and demonstrates that fundamentally conservative political economic policy is all about preserving the assets of the well-off at the expense of the rest of us, not on social or economic equality. And then there is an equally sad argument from my point of view that the Conservative approach to climate change, both nationally and locally, we're professing to be a Green Party. When it comes to it and economic policies, they just either deflect the policy and put it off at best, or at worst, even pretend it doesn't exist. So I think they're actually disingenuous arguments for how we should reduce the tax increase, and having the argument of the political economic arguments will actually also harm our action on climate change action. So in both of those reasons, I just simply could not accept this proposed amendment on the grounds that are put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker is Councillor Wilding, number 14.
Councillor Wilding.
Thank you, Chair. I reject the idea that we are not acting prudently and we are not thinking about the well-being of our residents. We are thinking about the well-being of our residents' future. That's what we're doing. If we raid reserves and use up the new homes bonus in this way, we're just not going to be able to spend that money on the climate and ecological emergency. And unless we continue to invest and preserve our natural capital and sort out our housing stock, we are going to reap a massive whirlwind. So that's why we are thinking ahead, and we have to have this budget passed. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor James, number 5.
Councillor James.
Right. Thank you, Chairman. I'm alone amongst the groups, I think, probably here. Our group, the first thing I did when we met, said I think we should vote with our conscience, not with our party. Perhaps we're the only truly independent group on this council, as it turns out. On this. But I must remind you.
Quiet, please.
But I must ask you to remember, what are reserves for? Reserves are for a rainy day. And whilst I personally have pushed one way or the other, I think you ought to be careful what you wish for. There is support, and I passionately believe that things have to be done about climate change. And as a farmer, I'm quite radical in that and what might actually need to be done. Probably against what many farmers would actually think needs to be done. But be very, very careful. There's a backlash. And the next 12 months is going to be bad. And I'm afraid it's incorrect what the councillor said. I said hopefully we will have a better year next year. No one is able to predict, and we had a consultant brought in to predict about interest rates rises recently at a seminar. We were told he was this great expert. He's been proved completely wrong within a week. So no one makes predictions like that. Be careful what you hear. But there is a backlash coming. And remember, for these things that need to be spent on, many people will look, and they'll look in isolation. They won't think about their national insurance. They'll look at the council and they'll look at their council tax bill. And when they're struggling, and people on relatively substantial incomes will be struggling, they will say, well, what have they done? And there will be a backlash. I'm already getting it from individuals about, because it's limited what the council can do for climate change. It's very limited. Its government needs to do something, and they're not doing it. And that's where we need to get things done. They can be done in an instant. It could make dramatic changes to the climate change situation. Be careful what you want. Earlier, a speaker said about denying help to vulnerable children and vulnerable families. Can I say it would be better that Children's Services stopped hounding vulnerable families and support them?
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker is Councillor Hitchner.
Councillor Hitchner.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think most of the points have been made, but I just want to make it abundantly clear that this proposal is to not support so much activity on the climate emergency. and that is a decision. It's a difficult one to balance, isn't it, sometimes, the long-term environment of the planet, or do we do short-term? And I think a decision not to support the money going towards climate emergency is a mistake, because I think we have long-term issues with our planet. Secondly, I think it's interesting, Councillor James talked about it being a special year next year, the worst since World War II. You might reflect on the council being the safety net for people in the community, and the effect of this budget change is to make it harder for the council to be that safety net. And we might come partway through this year and find that we're going to have to make savings. We don't want to be doing that, but this makes that much harder. I also I do reflect on the Conservative Party's track record. I think that is relevant, because I think it's quite extraordinary. I don't believe that if you were sitting with us that you would be making your proposal that you are doing now. You would have come up with a budget with increases very similar to those in the neighbouring counties. And the final question is, that's got a question really. The reserve which you're looking to raid was set up by Councillors Johnson and Councillor Shaw, and I'd be interested to know the circumstances in which that was set up and what its purpose was.
Thank you, Councillor. We have two more speakers.
Chair, I'd just like to explain that we need that.
Yes, but allowing for the
Speaker is Councillor Roan, number 18.
Councillor Roan.
I will be supporting this very feasible amendment. The council can afford not to charge it. The residents of Redhill cannot afford to pay it.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Councillor Johnson, number 17.
It's the last speaker in this particular debate, and of course, Councillor Harvey is allowed right of reply.
Thank you, Chairman. A rhetorical question, I suppose. We, like everybody else, have reserves. Perhaps somebody could remind me when would be circumstances under which you would consider using them. I would also remind everybody that the 151 officer has already said that the reserve is growing faster than the figures involved in this amendment would take it out anyway, so they would be unaffected. I thank the leader for his comments, but would remind people that the Band D taxpayer in this county is already paying £1,652 a year in tax. So let's forget all this nonsense about, well, it's only another 95p or half a pint of beer or whatever it is. It is something else on top of £1,652 they are already paying. Finally, Chairman, could I remind people of the comments from Councillors Lester and Tillett earlier in the day, with particular reference to Councillor Tillett, who told you all that when the taxpayer looks at this, he will not be comparing it with this or any other administration, with this or any other previous year, with this or any other activity this council is involved in. He will not consider that this is a green debate. This is supposed to be a council tax debate we're having, not green issue debate. I can't think of any comments made today that were more appropriate than those by Councillor Tillett. This is the time to use the reserves, in my view, and in the view of all sensible people. And if you really want to know how much people think about what they should put towards, let's say, green issues, try running a referendum and ask people how much they would be prepared, since you reckon they're all so concerned about it, ask people if they'll all put their hands in their pockets and see how much money they will chip in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. We now come to Councillor Lester, who is the seconder for this motion, and then Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chairman. A little testy at times, the debate, but I've really enjoyed the whole debate so far. I say so far, I hope it all doesn't deteriorate, but I think we've had really important points made on either side of the debate, and I think that's good. I think that's right, because as Councillor Matthews said earlier on, it's our job as councillors to make sure that the proposals before us are right for the council taxpayer. And we can't take that position lightly. Talking about increases in previous years, absolutely, it's been absolutely necessary because everyone around, all members know of the challenges that we've faced as a council, not just 1 year or 2 years, but over many, many years. And on the whole, the council has been very financially prudent, which has meant that the financial resilience of the council has remained in a very, very good position. So it goes back to the fact that every time we ask the council taxpayer, should they be paying extra, we really have to ask ourselves, look ourselves in the mirror and say, is this something that we really need them to do, or can we afford it ourselves? These are very rare situations that won't always come about. But if there's the possibility of considering the question, we have to do so. Now, we hear that other councils won't be doing this. That makes us unique. Well, I think it would make us unique in a time that is unique because households are really going to find it difficult to meet the challenges of all of the issues that we've raised today, but in particular the costs of fuel. Now, the 151 officer has said that the proposals that Councillor Shaw has proposed are feasible. It's not just about what people should pay because they can afford it. It's about fairness. It's about fairness to those who can pay, but it's also about fairness to people who have to pay. So we're in a situation now where we're being told that our reserves and the monies coming in can cover this zero increase, but we're also now being told that the reserves position will strengthen. So in the face of this and in the face of the challenges that have all been eloquently identified today, surely it's that time to seize that opportunity, be courageous, not shocked, be courageous, and go for a zero increase this year so we can ensure that we budget accordingly, but don't always say that it always has to be an increase. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harvey, you have right of reply. 3 minutes.
$27. Thank you. I don't buy Councillor Shaw's and his colleagues' crocodile tears for Herefordshire's hardest hit residents. If they really meant this amendment to help those people, it would never have been tabled. Memories across the room must be very short if Conservative councillors have forgotten from their own 20 years in administration that the hardest hit in Herefordshire need most the services delivered by this council. The funds he proposes to plunder are the very funds needed to transform this council, invest in our services and deliver much needed action on climate change. Councillor Shaw's proposal is not just for the coming year. If you read the detail and understood it that he circulated last night, but has not formed part of the information presented to councillors here in the room today or made available to the public, this has long-standing and far-reaching consequences. In order to offset the compounding effect of taking a zero uplift in council tax in the coming year, his amendment requires that all future years' new homes bonus, a portion of our business rates and a significant lump from our financial resilience reserve be committed for as far forward as our medium-term financial strategy looks ahead. And then what? Does that continue? The cumulative effect of the proposal across just the next 3 years is nearly £11 million, and that cost will roll on and on. Let me remind councillors that the Resilience Reserve was set up before 2019 by the last Conservative administration, who used an accounting wriggle to reduce the payment amounts in the early years of the council's borrowing and also to increase the amounts that we will have to pay in future years. The difference between the straight line payment reprofile and the discounted payments amounts is put in the resilience reserve and should either be saved for when our repayments rise or be spent on things which accelerate transformation of our services to make them cheaper in future, or on things that will create income and wealth in the future so that we have more funds to cover off those large payments when the time comes. Most councillors didn't understand what it meant when Councillor Shaw originally made the change, and few councillors around back then are councillors here today. This is a socially irresponsible and fiscally illiterate proposal, and it's shocking to be proposed by an ex-Tory cabinet member for finance and chair of our Audit and Governance Committee, and seconded by a Tory ex-leader of this council who is a serving local government officer in another authority. I do wonder how Councillor Lester will credibly face his officer colleagues on Monday, or how either of them will look our own officers in the eye from now on.
Can you please bring your speech to a halt?
This amendment hamstrings this council and beggars our future at a time when we need to behave with responsibility and to demonstrate courage and leadership. It may be feasible, but it is shockingly reckless.
Councillor Harvey, please stop. Thank you. Now, before we go any further, I have to ask you if you're prepared to go on now, because we've reached our legitimate time. Carry on. Can you put your hands up for that, please? Thank you very much. We will carry on. We now come to the named recorded vote.
I shall call out the names of all members present to request that they clearly state whether they are for, against or abstaining from voting from the amendment on the screen before you. Councillor Paul Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Bartlett.
Against.
Councillor Bartram.
For.
Councillor Balderson.
For.
Councillor Bolter.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Bowes.
Against.
Councillor Chowns.
Against.
Councillor Crockett.
Against.
Councillor Davis.
Against.
Councillor Durkin.
For.
Councillor Fagan.
Against.
Councillor Foxton.
Against.
Councillor Gandy.
For.
Councillor Guthrie.
For.
Councillor Hardwick.
Against.
Councillor Harrington.
Against.
Councillor Harvey.
Against.
Councillor Hewitt.
Against.
Councillor Hay.
Against.
Councillor Hitchener.
Against.
Councillor Howells.
Against.
Councillor Ianson.
For.
Councillor James.
For.
Councillor Ginman.
Against.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Mike Jones.
For.
Councillor Kenyon.
For.
Councillor Lester.
For.
Councillor Marsh.
Against.
Councillor Matthews.
For.
Councillor Millmore.
For.
Councillor Milne.
Against.
Councillor Norman.
Against.
Councillor Phillips.
For.
Councillor Price.
For.
Councillor Probert.
For.
Councillor Roan.
For.
Councillor Shaw.
For.
Councillor Stark.
Against.
Councillor Stone.
For.
Councillor Summers.
Against.
Councillor Swinglehurst.
For.
Councillor Simons.
Against.
Councillor Tillett.
For.
Councillor Toynbee.
Against.
Councillor Tyler.
Against.
Councillor Watson.
Against.
Councillor Wilding.
Against.
Yep. Going by the votes, for 22, against 27, nil abstentions. Therefore, the amendment fails. And we now come, well, Amendment 3 now, please. And can we just see the...
Councillor Shaw as my seconder.
Once again, it's Councillor Shaw, and we don't have a seconder yet. Councillor Lester, thank you. The proposed amendment to change recommendation B to 0% and resultant change to band D charge in recommendation C. Does that make sense to you all? Good. So, Councillor Shaw. And Councillor Lester, do you wish to speak after Councillor Shaw or at the end of the debate? At the end. Thank you. So, Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. The amendment before you was formulated in the recognition that members may have an ease in calling for a 0% adult social care budget increase, even if the funding that delivers this can be found elsewhere. What is clear from the figures that are presented with the amendment is that the call on the financial resilience budget is much, much less, at only £184,000 a year for the duration of the medium-term financial strategy of 3 years. In itself, a zero council tax element of this total rise will still be appreciated by many people as a sign that we are listening to their pain and have found it within our power to act with compassion and responsibility. It does not achieve all I believe that we could achieve, but I understand and acknowledge the reticence of colleagues that believe that 0% across the board is too generous. I'm well aware too that many colleagues are very anxious that we should be doing more to address the issues of climate change. This is the reason I've highlighted a West Mercia energy dividend of £250,000 going into the climate reserve. The suggestions of the Citizens' Assembly need to be considered carefully, and workable schemes, both revenue and capital, devised, and every opportunity taken to identify grant funding that can aid the Council to deliver sustainable change. I believe the role of the Council is to champion and facilitate, to advise and show good practice, and by incorporating good carbon efficiency in everything that we do, we can set a leading profile. What we cannot do is to pay for the rest of the county to keep up. It is the responsibility of everyone in the county to do their bit, and not the role of Council to shoulder the whole financial burden of carbon neutrality. If it was, government would make it our responsibility and underfund us to deliver it. Just think what the Prow network could achieve with an extra £250,000, or our planning service. Both statutory rather than non-statutory responsibilities, both as deserving. Approving this amendment is still a tough decision, but it sends a loud message to every taxpayer that their council is listening. I'm sure that the arguments from entrenched positions will hold from the first debate, but I also hope that this amendment represents a compromise you can support. Reserves are considerable and have been growing significantly. Telford and Wrekin have gone with 1%, we can join them. Rather than prolong my speech, I welcome any new contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Lester is going to speak at the end of the debate. Who is our first speaker?
Councillor Chowns, number 28.
Councillor Chowns.
Thank you. A couple of points of 28. Thank you. The background papers provided with this proposal, noting that this proposal specifically targets action on climate change as well as the targeted support for those who are struggling most. The background papers suggest that the recurring 1.33 million new homes bonus will be used to plug this gap that is suggested. I'll draw colleagues' attention to the fact that the new homes bonus has nearly halved over the last couple of years. It was £2.2 million a couple of years ago. It was 1.79 million last year, and it's 1.3 million this year. We have no guarantee at all that that money will be available in future, which is why it is prudent to use it as a one-off fund contribution into the reserve for managing and tackling climate change. Councillor Shaw also suggested that we would get £250,000 from the West Mercia Energy dividend and that this would be plenty to meet our climate change obligations. I'd remind Councillor Shaw that there is no guarantee of a dividend from West Mercia Energy, particularly considering what has happened with fuel prices this past year. So we have no guaranteed income to the climate reserve for the following year at the moment, which is why it's all the more urgent to set this funds aside now. I'd also mention that, as other people have said, you know, The costs of tackling climate change aren't just about what's done with this fund. I completely agree. We need to engage everybody in the county in doing this. That's what our Greener Footprints campaign is about. That's what the Climate Assembly has been about, you know, reaching out and engaging with new audiences. But we do need to do more and better. And if all of us here who voted to recognise the climate emergency, who voted unanimously to set up a Climate Assembly, if we mean business, then we have to invest in that. And that's what this new homes bonus is for, that one-off investment that will kickstart and boost our action on climate, that will have those benefits for people that I've already outlined. I'll just make one final point, which is that I noticed that the Conservative administration in neighbouring Gloucestershire have set up their own climate change fund this year. Again, it seems surprising that Conservatives in Herefordshire don't wish to support such action.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Gandy, number 25.
Councillor Gandy.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak on this debate, but as we brought in the Citizens' Assembly, I thought it would be important to make a comment. I'm somewhat confused, Councillor Chowns. We're talking about using this money from the new homes bonus for potentially the recommendations that come out of the Climate Change Citizens' Assembly, although as yet none of us know what those recommendations are. And I have been told that we will be going forward with other citizens' assemblies on other topics. Now, by setting the precedent of offering this amount of money to the potentially to the climate change citizens' assembly, but then in the same breath saying that we don't necessarily expect to have the same amount of money available from the new homes bonus going forward, are we saying that any citizens' assembly that we set up in the future will not be offered the same level of funding that is being made available to the climate emergency citizens' assembly? Because if we are saying that, I think we ought to be honest with people that the citizens' assembly is not necessarily going to be equally important to this authority on every subject and as it is with regards to climate change, because I think that is an important issue. I have obviously I support the climate change citizens' assembly. I have defended that to my parish councils on the understanding that similar response will be given to citizens' assemblies that you are going to bring forward in the future. From what I'm hearing from you, it would appear that you will pay, give something to them, but it may not be anything like the level of funding that you are offering to the Citizens' Assembly for climate change.
Thank you, Councillor. Our next speaker.
Is that a question?
Councillor James.
Thank you. I do think that everybody's said what they need to say. Everybody knows what the position. We understand that the Conservatives, that's how the Conservatives, they have their party whip and they will all vote one way. What I'm surprised about is the Herefordshire Independents, who claim to be independent. Now, I've yet to see them have any independence whatsoever. I can guarantee, I put money on, that they'll all vote one way because they've been told to, like sheep.
Quiet, please.
Like sheep, on a matter of which is vitally important to the people of Herefordshire. But bearing in mind that everything has been said that needs to be said, can I move that the motion be put?
You have a seconder?
No more speakers, so
Yes. I am happy that the question be put.
So, what that means
But she doesn't get a say, does she?
Leicester loses, but you go to
Councillor Harvey, you have your final say on this. Sorry, Councillor.
27 again. I'd like to, I've raised a query with the Section 151 officer about the funding for this, and I'd just like a ruling on it, please.
Well, yes.
Explain the financial
Can you just explain the financial issues?
Yes, so Councillor Harvey.
Clarify.
I'll do my best, Chair.
Thank you.
Councillor Harvey has flagged that earlier on the Council has approved the First Amendment, which was to...
The council did not approve the First Amendment.
It did.
Sorry, what do you mean? Yeah. No.
Yeah, the first one's been amended.
It's the very first one, yes, sorry.
Yes,
I was thinking
apologies.
about- sorry, my apologies.
The amendment around parking has been approved by Council.
Yeah.
That has a financial implication that has been explained in that paper. So that means that the proposal that has been put by Councillor Shaw is unable to use that money. I understand Councillor Shaw is proposing that that difference is made up by using the Financial Resilience Reserve to enable this amendment to proceed. But yeah.
If it's the case that the First Amendment has already effectively tied up £170,000 of the business rates funding, then I would propose a one-off £170,000 from the business rates from the Financial Resilience Reserve to cover that.
Except it's not a one-off, is it? Because it has to be taken out of the fund the next year and the next year and the next year in order to mitigate the compounding effect. So that's a further £170,000.
Can we have perhaps...
I'd just like some clarity on this, Chair, because the point is that we've not been presented with these figures here in the room. Information has been circulated to councillors outside of the governance process. It's not been put before councillors in the room here. Neither has it been made available to the public because it hasn't been part of the supplement that's been published. We're debating information here. You know, we may... I struggle to believe that councillors in the room here are able to make an informed decision if the information is not provided as to where the funding is coming from in the room for these amendments. I understand that, you know, there's an urgency to go to the debate on this, but this is a point of process.
Thank you, Councillor. I think we need clarification from the 151 officer, please.
Okay, the proposal is to, as it said in the recommendation, to put 0 for the main general council tax and the 1% for the adult social care. The impact of that 0% is funded from a movement of the new homes bonus, and the difference is made up from movements from the Financial Resilience Reserve. Councillor Harvey, you are correct. That will be a recurring change because this is a recurring impact of the arrangement. But you're here today to agree the budget for 22-23, and it will have an impact on the medium-term financial strategy, which, to bring clarity to Councillor Shaw's proposal, I think he did mean to say that the 170 will be recurring, as will the movement from the Financial Resilience Reserve.
So effectively over £11 million worth of costs rolling forward as a consequence of taking this decision today. And that's only during the 3 years of our MTFS. That
Thank you,
will roll on
Councillor.
perpetually.
So, yes. You were still in your right of reply, I think. Are you?
No, we haven't.
Do you want to start
started.
again then?
We haven't
start
started.
again then. Let you have your right of reply now, and off you go.
Well, I don't see that the proposal here is you know, much better or any better than the one that we've just debated. You know, once again, this is a proposal that is going to roll forward considerable costs for this council in its compounding effect. It is not fiscally responsible. It is not socially responsible. I struggle to see how councillors can take an informed decision, particularly when there isn't the information before us. But I'm thoroughly against it. I struggle to understand how the councillors from the Conservative group can support it with their history on this council in administration. and I do urge councillors in the room to reject it in the manner that the earlier one was rejected.
Thank you, Councillor. Now come to the recorded named vote.
I shall call out the names of all members present and request that they clearly state whether they are for, against or abstaining from voting from the amendment on the screen. Councillor Paul Andrews.
As an independent, I'm against.
Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Bartram.
For.
Councillor Balderson. Councillor Bolton.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Bowes.
Against.
Councillor Chowns.
Against.
Councillor Crockett.
Against.
Councillor Davis.
Wide awake against.
Councillor Durkin.
For.
Councillor Fagan.
Against.
Councillor Foxton.
Against.
Councillor Gandy.
For.
Councillor Guthrie.
For.
Councillor Hardwick.
Against.
Councillor Harrington.
Against.
Councillor Harvey.
Against.
Councillor Hewitt.
Against.
Councillor Hay.
Against.
Councillor Hitchener.
Against.
Councillor Howells.
Against.
Councillor Ianson. Councillor James.
For.
Councillor Kinman.
Against.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Mike Jones.
For.
Councillor Kenyon.
For.
Councillor Lester.
For.
Councillor Marsh.
Against.
Councillor Matthews.
For.
Councillor Millmore.
For.
Councillor Milne.
Against.
Councillor Norman.
Against.
Councillor Phillips.
For.
Councillor Price.
For.
Councillor Progress.
For.
Councillor Roan.
For.
Councillor Shaw.
For.
Councillor Stark.
Against.
Councillor Stone. Councillor Summers.
A sensible against.
Councillor Swinglehurst.
For.
Councillor Simons.
Against.
Councillor Tillett.
For.
Councillor Toynbee.
Against.
Councillor Tyler.
Against.
Councillor Watson.
Against.
Councillor Wilding.
Against.
We'll have the result shortly. Just making sure the numbers add up. Numbers voting for 22, against 27, abstains none. Therefore, the motion fails. The amendment fails. We now come to amendment number 4. Again proposed by Councillor Shaw and seconder. Do you have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Lester. And the proposed amendment to change recommendation J, the New Homes Bonus grant funding of 1.33 million is allocated to Market Towns funding. So, Councillor Shaw, you have your 3 minutes. And then Councillor Lester, do you want to speak at the now or later?
Later, if I'm allowed to.
If you're allowed to. Going by the rules, that is, of course. Right, Councillor Shaw, off you go.
Thank you, Chair. Our final amendment recognises comments made by colleagues previously, but though I am anxious that we should be as a council doing more to address the issues of climate change, we cannot really believe that we can effect meaningful change by investing small sums in projects that are better funded and delivered more comprehensively through the national purse. For instance, the Warm Home Bonus, which offers £1,000 for insulation or £2,500 for a new boiler, is available to all of those earning at a rate of £16,000 or below. Herefordshire's future economic development, our future revenues as a council, will depend much on the economic viability of our market towns. Already 2 attempts by this administration at providing an economic stimulus has faltered. I hope not the third, but though having been involved in the process of identifying opportunities for Bromyard, I can see a significant problem in the lack of revenue available to work up the projects that need sound business cases. All of you with experience of the projects will recognise the frustration and draining away of enthusiasm that is being felt in the teams of volunteers working on great opportunities to promote their communities and the wider environs that surround the market towns. There might be a criticism that if we felt so deeply on this subject that we would have made it our first amendment in preference to a council tax freeze or reduction. No. We still believe that the funds are best left in the pockets of our residents to spend or invest where they think best. But if that opportunity cannot be given, then we can at least reward those unpaid stalwart volunteers who have been working tirelessly on these projects, forming community interest companies and investing their own monies in providing startup funds for projects. We can reward them by ensuring that we have revenue support to develop capital projects and revenue support to help develop business cases and attract other funding. That's no reflection on the hard-working officers who have been involved in these programmes, nor a reflection on the Cabinet member. We recognise that it is not easy, or it would have already been done. This amendment serves to help resource and prioritise this activity so that this administration might leave some positive legacy to Herefordshire for prosperity. I commend you to approve it.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have our first speaker?
Yes, Chairman. Councillor Kenyon, number 3.
Councillor Kenyon, off you go.
Thank you, Chairman. I've been really interested about the debate today, listening to both sides and that sort of stuff. As you all know, I'm a truly independent. You all hate me and I hate all of you. So I start from an honest, most honest councillor in here, I think. Okay, I'll take the comment back. Okay, I'll take the comment back. Calm yourself down, David. Thank you. What I was going to say, I think this debate is something that had to be had. Going down the line, perhaps if you're here in a few years' time and the administration changes, you can listen to what the Blue Team has to say. And what I will say to Councillor Harvey is, next time I ring you, put aside your dislike for me, answer the phone, and I could have perhaps had the conversation with you about trying to get the reduction reduced a little bit more. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, Councillor Chowns, number 28.
Councillor Chowns.
Thank you. The fact that this is the third amendment today specifically targeting spending on climate action highlights just how much it's a product of an ideological and an irresponsible approach to addressing this budget. This administration, this coalition administration, has set aside more than £20 million for investment in market towns. That's £20 million more than the previous Conservative administration ever did. This coalition administration has spent more than £500,000 just in the last 9 months supporting regeneration in the market towns through the Great Places to Visit programme and other programmes. This administration has put money into supporting the market town investment plans which are coming to Cabinet in 2 weeks' time. This is clearly yet another ideological attack on spending money on the fundamental, vital climate crisis that faces us. And I ask colleagues to reject this one also. Thank you.
Take that at all. Thank you. No more speakers. Therefore, Councillor Lester. Oh, so there is another speaker. Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, but very briefly, referring to Councillor Chowns' comment, she's quite right. I would like to have seen more emphasised. We've stressed the difficulties and the stress and strains on rural areas. I would like to have seen this to market towns. As she said, we've invested heavily in market town centres. Nothing wrong with that, but I think if we could have had a little bit more worded added to this amendment to say also to partly deal with oppression issues in the rural areas. I'd have been happier with that, but we are where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think we have no more speakers.
No more speakers, Chairman.
Councillor Lester, come to you now.
Thank you, Chairman.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I sense the room grows weary of debate, but I reiterate my point that I think it's been a good debate. There have been alternatives proposed and opposition shown to this administration, which I think is very healthy for this council. I think that further investment in the market towns is a really good thing. You can never do enough for our wonderful market towns. And in the case of having concerns about siphoning off funding for much needed projects, the point is, with concerns about the environment, we have to trailblaze and we have to set an example. And there are many, many things that the council is doing, has been doing for a long time and will continue to do. But we must play our part, but we must do everything we can to encourage others to play their part, so that the council cannot always have to shoulder the burden of the being responsible with the environment. But we must also balance that with looking after our market towns, and this motion would recognise that. And I'll draw a line under it there, but I do, as I say, welcome these debates. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harvey, you have a final right of reply.
Thank you, Chair. We do have provision for working up capital cases. I direct members' attention to page 61 of the budget pack under the capital programme, and fourth line from the bottom is capital development fund, where we've got £1 million set aside to help to support taking capital projects forward until they can reach until they can access wider funds. So there is a way for being able to undertake the work that needs to be done, in addition to the effort on the revenue side of things from officers to make these projects to a point where their business cases are approved. And it is a robust process that we have now for creating business cases for getting our capital programmes off the ground. To target the climate change funding when there is important work that needs to be done is deeply unwise and shows the attitude of the Conservative group and those more widely who support this, that they're just not getting it. You're just not getting it. You don't have to be a member of the Green Group in order to just open your eyes and see what's happening out in the world. We have a climate and ecological emergency, and we have declared it unanimously as a council. We are setting funds, appropriately significant funds, aside to take forward recommended action, and it is important that we do that. We've got plenty of things that we can be doing. It's not just the role of this council to encourage others to do things. We have to walk the talk ourselves, and we have a leadership role within this county and further afield to demonstrate the art of the possible here. And that's what this money is going to be used for. And it's important that it's there to back up the kind of action that needs to start being taken. I do recommend that this amendment is rejected.
Thank you, Councillor. We now come to the named recorded vote.
Thank you,
Monitoring
Chairman.
Officer?
I shall call out the names of all members present and request that they clearly state whether they are for, against or abstaining from voting from the amendment about to be on your screen.
21 settlement cases and still not.
I think you can all see the amendment proposed.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Bartram. Councillor Balderson. Councillor Bolter.
Against.
Councillor Bowen.
For.
Councillor Bowes.
Against.
Councillor Chowns.
Against.
Councillor Crockett.
Yes.
Councillor Davis. Councillor Durkin. Councillor Fagan.
Against.
Councillor Foxton.
Against.
Councillor Gandy. Councillor Guthrie. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Harrington. Councillor Harvey.
Against.
Councillor Hewitt.
Against.
Councillor Hay.
Against.
Councillor Hitchener.
Against.
Councillor Howells.
Against.
Councillor Ianson. Councillor James.
For.
Councillor Ginman.
Against.
Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Mike Jones.
For.
Councillor Kenyon.
Against.
Councillor Lester. Councillor Marsh.
Against.
Councillor Matthews.
Against.
Councillor Millmore. Councillor Milne.
Against.
Councillor Norman.
Against.
Councillor Phillips.
For.
Councillor Price.
Against.
Councillor Probert. Councillor Roan. Councillor Shaw.
For.
Councillor Stark.
Against.
Councillor Stone. Councillor Summers.
Against.
Councillor Swinglehurst.
For.
Councillor Simons.
Against.
Councillor Tillett.
Against.
Councillor Toynbee. Councillor Toynbee.
Sorry. Against.
Councillor Tyler.
Against.
Councillor Watson.
Against.
Councillor Wilding.
Against.
Verification of the votes taking place. I think that's lost well. I think your budget is safe, David. Can you put this up on the screen?
It's coming, it's coming, it's coming.
You know, I'm sure
I've just
it's
checked it.
50,
Yep, just checked it. Oh, now I've got to work out who's gone.
Quiet, please. The results of the vote were for 18, against 31, no abstentions. That amendment falls. So we go back to the original recommendations for the budget, and that should be coming up on the screen
As amended.
as amended. Remember, the first recommendation for amendment was carried. You're happy with that first amendment, you want to be able to? Yes, I think so.
You have to do that formally when it gets voted, okay?
Sorry?
You have to do that formally when it gets voted.
Yes, yes. So we do have that on the...
There's a new K, unfortunately, it's
Yes,
just coming up
okay,
on the
right,
screen,
okay.
okay? Just so everyone knows what they're voting for.
We do have the new recommendation K, which you must also vote for.
No, it's on block.
En bloc. It is going to be en bloc, so we'd like your, and it should be a name vote again. It is, after all, the budget. And will you please, monitoring officer, take us through the named vote?
I shall call out the names of all members present and request that they clearly state whether they are for or against or abstaining from voting.
Hang on, there's people out the room.
That's too bad.
Sorry.
What's happened?
Proceed.
I'll start again. I shall call out the names of all members present and request that they clearly state whether they are for or against or abstaining from voting on the recommendations on the screen. Councillor Paul Andrews.
For.
I'm sorry, I can't read them. Are we on full budget?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you
Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Bartram.
Again.
Councillor Balderson. Councillor Bolter.
For.
Councillor Bowen.
Abstain.
Councillor Bowes. For. Councillor Chowns.
For.
Councillor Crockett. Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Durkin.
Against.
Sorry, I'm going to have to call the vote again. I'm really sorry, Chairman. I'm really sorry, I'm going to have to call the vote again. I've just added it up wrong. I'm just going to admit it now, okay? I'm really, really sorry.
Would you add it up wrong?
Yes.
The
yeah.
last one?
No,
This one?
I'm just going to start again. I'm really sorry, okay?
Fine. Please be forgiving.
Yeah.
She does a splendid job. Monitoring officer.
Sorry.
Start again, please.
I will ask all members present to ask whether they are voting for or against the recommendations on the screen. Councillor Paul Andrews.
Or abstaining.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
For.
Councillor Bartlett. For. Councillor Bartram.
Against.
Councillor Balderson. Against. Councillor Bolter.
For.
Councillor Bowen.
Abstain.
Councillor Bowes. For. Councillor Chowns. For. Councillor Crockett. For. Councillor Davis. Thank you, you're not the 151 officer. For. Councillor Durkin.
Against.
Councillor Fagan. For. Councillor Foxton. For. Councillor Gandy. Against. Councillor Guthrie.
Against.
Councillor Hardwick.
For.
Councillor Harrington.
For.
Councillor Harvey. For. Councillor Hewitt.
For.
Councillor Hay. For. Councillor Hitchener.
For.
Councillor Howells.
For.
Councillor Ianson. Against. Councillor James.
Against.
Councillor Jim Mellon-Lee's left the room. Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Mike Jones.
Against.
Councillor Kenyon.
For.
Councillor Lester.
Against.
Councillor Marsh. For. Councillor Matthews.
Against.
Councillor Millmore.
Against.
Councillor Milne.
For.
Councillor Norman. For. Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Price.
Against.
Councillor Probert. Councillor Roan.
Against.
Councillor Shaw.
Against.
Councillor Stark.
For.
Councillor Stone.
Against.
Councillor Summers.
For.
Councillor Swinglehurst.
Against.
Councillor Simons.
For.
Councillor Tillett.
Against.
Councillor Toynbee. For. Councillor Tyler. For. Councillor Watson. For. Councillor Wilding.
For.
Careful counting will take place. The results of the ballot are 27 for, against 20, abstain 1. Therefore, the budget is agreed and passed. Council, you have passed an amendment to the budget recommended by Cabinet. I need to ask the Leader if he accepts the amended budget on behalf of the Cabinet, or if this meeting needs to be adjourned at its conclusion and reconvened at a later date. Leader.
I accept the amendment.
Accept the amendment. The amendment is accepted, and therefore we can go to closing remarks.
No, there's
Not,
another
not
item.
yet. Oh my gosh, not more, is it?
I'm afraid
Sorry.
We've got item 11, pay policy statement.
Oh, sorry. I do. How have I missed that? Sorry. My humble apologies. Again, I've skipped a sheet. In fact, I've skipped 2 sheets, I think.
Should be number 11.
Number 11. Have closing remarks got into the wrong place?
No, don't worry, they're just going to
Yeah. Now, item 11, pay policies. Sorry, there's a confusion in my script. Pay policy statement, pages 423 to 434. To approve pay policy statement 2022. I invite the chairperson of the employment panel to present the report and move the recommendations. I believe it's the Leader, 5 minutes. And have you a seconder?
Yes, I do. Councillor Chowns.
Councillor Chowns, thank you. Councillor Chowns, do you wish to speak straight after the Leader, or will you reserve your speech till later? You'll do it straight away. At the end, thank you. So, Leader, all yours.
Councillors, I think this can be quite quick. There's not much change from last year. It's a policy document. This does not decide the pay of individuals, which might have been reported elsewhere as the case. No, this does not do that. There's a section added about gender pay gap, which you will find in the policy statement. Clauses, paragraphs 26 and 27. We have a little bit of a way to go on that, but we're better off than a lot of other councils. I think paragraph 8 of the main report is also significant, looking at how we stand compared to other councils, the proportion of the chief executive's pay against the lowest paid staff has remained the same as it was last year, and we perform quite well in that. So just to confirm, really, this does not set the chief executive's salary. That will be discussed at another date. You'll notice in the schedule, maybe pages 432 and 433, that there is a schedule of pay there of people at different grades. But slightly bizarrely, the pay award is still pending for April 2021, although an increase in pay has gone through. There are still national negotiations going on, and I don't know, Councillor Phillips, if you have any comments in the course of the debate, because he's quite familiar with this. And there's also the current pay award settlement is still pending as well. So I would ask Council to approve this statement of policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, who wants to speak on this? Councillor Norman.
Councillor Norman, number 22.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be very brief. It's encouraging to see that the gap between the highest paid and the lowest paid is moving slowly together. That's encouraging, and I'm very keen and supportive of that. I'm disappointed, though, to see that we are still not able to pay the very lowest paid workers at the Living Wage Foundation rate, which is £9.90. We're getting there, we're nearly there, but I really look forward to when we can reach that point and be able to claim ourselves proudly as a Living Wage Foundation employer and set a really excellent example to other employers in the area. So good so far, but we could still go a bit further. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have any more speakers?
Yes, Chairman, Councillor Phillips, number 19.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes, just for completeness, the 1.75% offer has been on the table by the employers since the end of last July. It has not been accepted by the trade unions. They have rejected by ballot, but the ballot was a very low turnout, so it does not meet the statutory requirements for them to go on strike. The regrettable thing about this is if the unions do not agree to that, and the pay is implemented after the 1st of April, we will have to pay the national insurance on that as employers, and that is an additional cost, and we are working very hard to try and get an agreement with the trade unions on that beforehand. I have to tell you the chief executives have accepted the 1.75, as have the chief officers.
Thank you. Do we have another speaker? No other speakers, therefore we go to your seconder, please. Councillor Chowns, 28.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm seconding this in my capacity as Vice Chair of the Employment Panel. This report is a legal obligation. The only thing I would add is to back up what Councillor Norman said there about paying the real living wage. In fact, at the last meeting of the Employment Panel, I raised this again. I raised it last year too. And we're expecting a formal report to Employment Panel very shortly, setting out the implications of that. And given the concerns that have been expressed today about low pay and financial struggling, I very much hope that we'll have universal support throughout all parties in the Council for becoming a real living wage employer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, do we need to...
Just need to go to the recommendations now.
Recommendation A, that the pay policy statement at Appendix A is approved. So we'll move to the vote. All those in favour? Right. Against? Any abstentions? That is carried unanimously, and that concludes the budget meeting. I would like to thank all members of the public and councillors for their attendance at today's meeting and their enthusiastic, shall we say, interventions. The next scheduled meeting of the council is the budget meeting at 10 a.m. on Friday. It is Friday, the 4th of March. Can I check with the Democratic Services team that the live stream has been switched off